What we've got here is failure to communicate. Some men you just can't reach.
I've got so many of these buttons, all shortcuts for my my different what do you call them, presentations. I keep forgetting what they are. Anyway, welcome guys, welcome to Slim Cheeky Chico. Anybody else that's hiding in the background, we're here for Friday Night 9-Ball to start with, which I'm happy to say when I checked it with 50 minutes to go, it was full. So the bracket's already up for that. We have the match to follow, which is the match between Stubb and Tommyy, and that's going ahead in an hour and sort of 10 minutes time. So until then, we'll watch certainly one match and maybe a bit of another one until it starts. I hope you read the little VP4 latest news screen that I had up, because Steve messaged me the other day, or yesterday I think it was, that he's now looking to get the leagues tested, and he started telling me stuff. Basically what I said is, you'd probably be better telling the people on the stream, and that way you can convey exactly what you want, how it's going to go about, and all that sort of stuff. And then if there's any further questions, you guys can ask in the stream. So any latecomers are going to have to find that out as and when it comes about. So we have, let's just bring up the screen. We've got the Friday Night 9-Ball page. Of course, the event is closed. The brackets are drawn. We've got Mr. Bill against Bankster, Sylvia against Christian, Larry against John Boo, in his usual third position most of the time, Larry's fixture. Stefan against Spectre Dawn. I think that's a match we'll go in and watch. LS3 and Liddle, Chimpy and Lard, DJ Redo and Travelling TT, Columbus and Slimeball. So those are the fixtures for Friday Night 9-Ball. Great to see that it's getting full quick. So if you want in, you're better signing up right after the tournament finishes, or at least the next morning, and that way you're guaranteed you won't forget and your name will be in there. So these are the matches that we have coming, the three that are scheduled. They've been scheduled all week, basically, because we're now getting to the business end of the tournament. we've got Stubb against Tommyy tonight, and then tomorrow at 6 p.m. we have Mark Shark versus Semi Pro on the one loss side, and then we have Albinario against Larry on the winner's side at 8 p.m. tomorrow night. So I will be there for all of them, and I hope you can join us. So there should be some good matches. We'll go back to the Friday night 9-ball if we can get there. Hopefully. Right. And we'll set that clock. Right. So 11-6 to who? Well, Stubbs obviously got some concerns because he has been in practicing most of the afternoon. When I got home from work earlier on today, he was in a room and he was practicing. He also came into Cobra's challenge room, which I was in. I think I won one rack in that. But that table, believe me, that table is tough when you don't play on it. I mean, I was over hitting things as well. It really is a tough little table to get your hands on and get used to it. But Cobra certainly got the touch. He was taking care of most people that came up against him. It does give you an idea, if you've never been playing on it, to jump from like a snooker table or the 9-ball table. It's an entirely different challenge altogether, that table. But I keep saying, you just got to be so gentle. I was overhitting things and putting too much draw on it myself. So you've got to have a good go on that table to get that touch and feel for it. And it's certainly no use going in cold. Yeah, you've got to spend the time on it, put the effort in. Well, looking at the bracket, Stubbs' incentive is that if he gets good tonight, if suddenly Stubb finds his feet to survive this match, I mean, I would, personally myself, having seen, as I say, Tommy's last match, he was very impressive. And if he keeps that up tonight, he'll be hard to beat. But if Stubb manages to find his way through, he's going to have a rematch with Zangetsu, who sent Stubb over to the one loss side. So there's that incentive there for Stubb. And if that's the case, it's not the toughest of matches that Stubb might get in his next match, but from there on in, it's a big step up all the way, because it doesn't matter where he turns, he's going to bump into trouble. So, and that goes for Tommyy as well. Zangetsu won't be the favourite. The stronger players will still be the favourite, but we've seen what can happen. Stubb banging about in that first match against Zangetsu, and he paid the price every time for it. So, has Stubb learned anything? I doubt it very much. We'll see if he can get his touch a little bit softer and gentler. He's so used to 9-ball and banging at balls and 9-ball and potting them, he can't get out of the habit. That's the biggest failing that you can have on this black ball table, is hitting the ball too hard. Good evening to Mark. So I'll probably be saying this more than once, and those people in the stream will be getting fed up listening to it. But have a quick look at this. Now, Steve does want to get this testing started, but he basically doesn't want numpties messing about. My own thoughts would be it'd be handy if you were on Discord to be doing the testing, but Steve will probably say it won't matter, but it would be handy because it's far easier communicating rather than have to type stuff all the time. But he's going to give more details on that. I assume Steve will turn up for 8 o'clock for the start of the match, but my voice is beginning to go already, and I'm only started 5 minutes. Hang on to get a drink. So he will hopefully be giving us more concrete information about when he wants to go ahead with this. I said I'd be happy to test, but it has to be on nights that suit me, simply because I can't hang about late at night. The usual reasons. Got to get up for work. So we've got 56 in the lobby. What have we got going? There's no tournaments going at the moment. Zangetsu's in getting some practice in. Tommy's just sitting in the lobby. Tommy's been in the lobby, but he's not been in a room practicing, which again I don't think that's the right way to go about it. I think you should get in and get warmed up. Get a couple of racks under your belt. Welcome to Lard. Cheeky Chico. Anybody else I've missed? So we're about a minute away from the rooms going up. Say we're going to go into that first match, or the match that caught my eye, and that's the match between Stefan and Spectre Dawn. Stefan will be getting a handicap, which is something that Stefan can work with if he gets a shot. The Spectre Dawn's been pretty mean in this tournament, although I think he's had a rough week last week, did he not? I can't remember now. I can't remember how things went. But yeah, that'll be the match to go in and watch. We should get that full match in well before the Stub Tommyy match is due to start. $11-8 to Tommyy would be my prediction. I need to adjust that clock a little bit. Just give me a second. That's annoying me. No, the clock, it actually looks as if I thought the digits were missing slightly. No, they're fine. I'm just looking at it and it's fine. Welcome to Bedhead.
No bar, no pinball machines, no bowling alleys, just pool. Nothing else. Put 'em up, put 'em up!
Right. Any second now, they should be going up. What white text? The chat? I can see it better. And it doesn't look as bad once it's in the room. But it allows me to see it in the second monitor. Right, now where did we say we were going? Stefan and Spectre Dawn. Oh, Zangetsu's in a black ball match, according to that. I'll set the cloth to green. Blue, sorry. So we're in plenty of time, nobody's here. Yeah, the white text is far better for me when it's contrasted in the room. It's better to see in this. I mean, remember, this second monitor just a crappy little what is it, a 14-inch normal square old monitor, and it's sitting higher up, so I'm looking up at it. So Spectre Dawn is in. I don't know whether Stefan was in the lobby. I never thought to look. Let's have a wee look. This might be a... Oh, there he is. So he's just hanging about. He's getting his alert. In fact, he's in the room. Right, so... we've got Stefan at the bottom of the screen. Stefan is at the top of the HUD, but at the bottom of the screen he's getting a 6-ball, and he looks as if he's won the lag to me. So he will break. 6-ball is his extra money ball. Race to 7. And winner breaks. Well, this is going to be the toughest shot, is managing to hold for that 4-ball, because he's now going to drop perfectly onto this 5 if he can pot that 4. And needs the angle. The usual thing, it's all about angles. Did you watch any of the senior snooker today, Mark? It was on the iPlayer, and it was on the red button, I think it was. Well, it was certainly on the iPlayer. I watched a bit of the Stephen Hendry match. Oh dear. The guy that he was playing, I can't remember his name again, but anyway, first frame, the other guy got 121 clearance. I think Stephen's highest break in the match was 24, and he got gubbed 3-0, and that was him out. That's him gone. That table was like bloody lightning, so it was. It was still the same World Championship table we're using. Because I believe they're still playing it at the Crucible, but Stephen Hendry's long gone. Oh, is he gone? So, Stefan, good start for him. And of course, getting used to that. I mean, that is a very generous 6-ball for Stefan. Now, once again, well, he's letting this cue ball run a bit. I think he's just gone a bit too far here, has he? Well, if he bends that around at 8, in fact, he didn't even need to, he just needed to sneak it in. Now, a little stun over this way is all he needs. He doesn't need to try and draw anything and do crazy stuff. So this is all about the touch. Now, the worst thing that will happen here is he's going to hook himself behind the 6, because he's wanting to come that way, I think. So it's about controlling the pace, and that will do. And now he goes that way and around to make sure he's well clear of the 9. And this is, well, got to be 2-0 to Stefan. Oh no, he shouldn't have done that. He should have took it up top. Why did he try to take it into the side? Well, that was a bit of a numpty shot, it has to be said, because it was far easier just to drop it up the rail. And I don't know what possessed him there, but that is just how to shoot yourself right in the foot. And should have been 2-0 up. And he'll regret that. That was silly. In fact, that deserved one of them. No way he should have been taken into the side. I mean, put it this way. Whether he took it to the side or up top, there's no way he should have been missing it. And that's just lack of application and concentration is what you need. You don't want to be gifting racks to Spectre Dawn. Yeah, it was fine. But it's 6.5 a dozen though. I mean, it was just as easy up top. But I mean, the simple thing is he didn't pot it, which is the biggest fail of the night. Well, now the 4 ball is tough to get to. It doesn't go from the right side of the table as we look. You've got to get down in the short side to get anywhere near that 4 ball. Now, what about this 2-9 combo though for Stefan? It's nowhere near set, but he might as well have a bash at it, and that is good. Well, that makes up for the 6 ball in the first rack. So Stefan back into the lead. I think the break's dry though. Inspector Don has a difficult shot to start with. He has to avoid the traffic, and he's put lots of check on the cue ball there so it wouldn't run around the 3 rails. But he didn't have the pace in it to get it up as good as he wanted in the 2, but he made not a bad effort, but he hasn't got it safe. And now again, this needs to be fairly gentle. This cue ball's wanting to run down towards us, but if he can get the pace right, a bit like that, and I think he's going to be okay. He's fine. Now this is the one that will make or break the rack. Getting around behind the 8, well, he's going the shorter route, and he's got the line, and he should be 3-1 up here in a second or 2. Now is he going forward here? That'll do. Yeah, well, you didn't miss anything, Mark. Say Stephen Hendry was, well, he didn't really get much of a chance, to be honest with you. First frame, 121 break from, I cannot remember who the hell he was playing. 9 ball in the break, I think. Was it? Something went in. Oh no, it was a 1 ball that went in. 2 ball is locked up behind the 6, so now we're going to get a wee bit of messing about. Push out played by Spectre Don. Stefan says, I don't like that. Now, Spectre Don can kick behind this too. Well, he's gone just for the left edge, but that was always asking for trouble. The double kiss was always on. Stefan, I should say. And I don't know why he didn't kick in behind that, because there was a chance he could have kicked that full and maybe stayed behind the 6. And now Spectre Don's got himself hooked in the 3. Out with the jump stick. Well, I don't know whether he made a very good effort at that, shall we say, because it's given Stefan ball in hand for a 4-1 lead here. And the 5 and 6 ball are both handy where they are. This looks cut and dried. Just 3 into the side. Don't hook yourself in the 4. Pot the 4. Stop the cue ball. And it's going to be 4-1. In fact, it should be 5-0 right now. That's what it should be. There we go. So Spectre Don has it all to do. Fairly softish break from Stefan. I don't think he had the amp on there. And the end result is it's dry. Reverse bank for Spectre Don to get started, but the cue ball is going to be heading right down the table in amongst this bunch of balls here, unless he tries to do something with the cue ball. He could try and just duck down the bottom here. Just bank it back to the rail. No, well, that's asking for trouble from Spectre Don, because Stefan can do similar here and try and thin cut this and get down the bottom and hide. And that's a good shot. And that's what Spectre Don should have done. He should never have left Stefan an easy safety. And of course, the 3 ball is really difficult. I mean, it does go into both pockets, but you'd have to get in the short side to be able to play it and know you're going to pot it. I mean, there's no way you're really getting on that 3 from this side. And Stefan's now it needs to come off the rail so he can drag off this 3 ball. He needs to jack up, give this a little dink in, and just try and hold the cue ball like that. And this is another one where he has to be careful because he doesn't want to run up the table to play the combo. He could cut this 5 if he just stops the cue ball. Well, he's decided he's going up top for the combo. I mean, it's not a difficult combo, to be honest with you, because all you need to do is get that first line right onto that 6. You're just cutting it straight on and in it goes. And it's 5-1. Does anyone use the what key? Or the fine tune? No, I've played Virtual Pool for goodness knows how many years, and I've never used the fine tune button, and that's why I said to Steve you should get rid of it. I don't see any point in it whatsoever. It should be used for something else in the game. I've never so much as bothered looking at it. I've hit it plenty of times by accident. Everybody's done that. You're trying to turn the cue and it's going like a snail. And many times have I done that, but I've never actively used fine tune for. I don't see it serving any purpose whatsoever. It's a useless button. So this is the benefit of getting a 6 ball when you're a half decent player like Stefan who can pot a ball. You know, and that's why it's so dangerous. So Spectre Dawn is back to the wall. And this is not. Well, you see, again, he was trying to get the breakout, and he did, but at a cost. He's missed the 2 because of it. The 2 banks. Well, there's a shot on here to get to this 4 ball. Bit of right English, but Spectre Dawn's getting defensive now. He's getting worried. But the shot was there. He could have potted that 2 into that corner. Admittedly, it's a bit of an attacking shot. You need to go that way with a bit of right English to kick the rail and come around and down for this 4 ball. But he's waiting on a better opportunity. And now Spectre Dawn's in trouble again. Yeah, you don't need to use AMP if you've got multiple DPIs on your mouse. But if you're like me and you use cheap mice, quite a lot of cheap mice, I've got a couple of dearer mice that have got variable DPI buttons. But you don't need to use AMP for that reason. You just need to up the DPI and you'll be amping it anyway. But I use it when I'm using my cheap mouse. Good evening to Tommy. So, Spectre Dawn. Where's the cue ball going? Well, what a gift here for Stefan. All of a sudden it's 6-1. Now this match would be right over with this ball had Stefan not made a mess of that 6 ball into the side earlier on to gift Spectre Dawn the rack. But he's on the hill. Now does something go there? The 5 has gone. I don't think he's got a shot in the 1. He's playing the push out. Now again, the push out's got to be thought about here. Because if he goes up top table, he's going to give Spectre Dawn a chance to lock him up here. And that's just asking for trouble. He's going to be nailed to the 4 ball in a second. And that was staring you right in the face if ever you do a push out like that. And you have to take those sort of shots or opportunities out of the equation by gifting your opponent an easy safety, an easy lock-up. Stepan needs to think a wee bit more before he pushes out. Well, if there's any newcomers to the stream, you might have missed what I was saying earlier on. Steve will be joining us, at least he said he was going to join us, for the Tommyy stub match at 8 o'clock. And he will be given further information about the VP4 leagues. He wants to get the testing underway, so that we will need a certain amount of people for testing. But basically we don't need a bunch of numpties. We need people that are going to be doing proper testing. And obviously you have to be available as well as to whatever days they are. Now I said I would test, but it can only be on certain days, like Tuesday night or Wednesday night would be perfect for me. But that's no good for other people. So that's going to be the problem, not only in testing, but whenever leagues are actually up and running. So Spectre Dawn survives another rack. Now that 8 ball's tracking. Something must still be spinning. The 2 ball's still rattling round there like a dynamo. And the 8 ball was the only ball that went. Now this 1 ball will cut, and he might... yeah, I think he was running into the 2, so he's drawn away from the 2 to make sure he was going to have a shot. So the big clincher on this rack is getting to the 5 ball, and that is by no means anywhere near easy. He might leave the high cut. He has to then, well, if he can, avoid the 9 ball. That'd be the only shot I can see he's going to have. And he's got the wrong angle in the 4. So he's just trying to hold it. Well, when I say the wrong angle, it was the wrong angle if he was trying to keep a good line, but he managed to hold the pace off it, and he's got the 5. That was the toughest shot of the rack. As they come back on. Well, again, the golden rule here is just get past the side pocket. Don't go too far below the 9. He's going square, but he should be okay. Well, he's gone slightly below. Always the possibility to catch a knuckle, but never a doubt. Well, it's going to have to be Spectre Dawn all the way now if he's going to survive this. Back to within 3. Ball in the break. Couple of balls. And I think this 1 ball goes to both corner pockets at the bottom of the screen, but neither of them are easy. That was a good shot. Well controlled. Spectre Dawn, of course, cannot afford any mistakes when he's in, especially with that 6 ball sitting on the table, because he knows it's over if he does. But as long as he keeps getting a ball or two in the break and keeps running out, the match is still his for the taking if he can do it. And, you know, thinking back to earlier on in the match where Stefan missed that 6 ball, he might live to regret it. He could, in theory, have won the match 7-0. Now that was always a risk with the pace that he hit that the 1 ball was going to escape up the table. And now he's going to have to duck for cover, trying to get round behind the 3, I think. That would seem to be the logical shot. Oh, he's trying to bank the 1. He's going all out. Well, no holds barred here for Spectre Dawn. That was a brave one. Now he's need another good shot to get on this 4. And he's having to jack up. Well, again, he's in bedhead territory here. And he hasn't got enough to see that 4. He can try a bank on it, but it's not a good line. He's having to cut across it to make the bank angle, and the 7 ball's in the way as well, so I don't think that's on. Yeah, he's just trying to knock it up the table and hold behind the 9. And, well, he's fortunate that that didn't squirt out another couple of millimetres. I think Stefan would have been all over it like a rash. Now Stefan's got to be careful, because these balls are all wide open and Spectre Dawn ready to pounce. Used to miss the 8. Oh, he'll settle for that. And this is where Spectre Dawn is under pressure. He's got to dig out the jump stick. He's going to try and play the cut, I would assume. I don't think he went to it with a great deal of conviction either, but then again, I think he's got away with it as well. Stefan, likewise, out with the jump stick. And this cue ball, if he doesn't hit it too hard, may well find itself on the 5. Well, it has come back into the table, but the cut is on. It's not easy. But the cue ball again coming back across the table. It might be a dodgy 6 ball for the match here if he can pot this. Oh, he's cut it away. Now this time he's not quite so fortunate. And Spectre Dawn looking to get back to within 1. Well, that's another little tester. He's going up top. Played it well again. So now Spectre Dawn breathing down Stefan's neck. But what a different match it would have been had Stefan nailed that 6 ball. I mean, he was flying there earlier on in the match there. makes a mess of the 6 ball and lets Spectre Dawn back into it. And Spectre Dawn pots the 1 in the break, 2 ball and 3 ball adjacent, 4 ball adjacent as well up top, 5 into the side. This rack's over, it's hill. We're going all the way. First result through, DJ Redo has beaten Travelling TT, 7 racks to 2. Well, he hasn't stunned it through far enough. Slightly the wrong side of the 6, but no problem. Now, anything but dead straight in the 8 ball. Well, this has got to just be punched in though. Could have done with a wee bit better angle. Got to get it punched in to get that cue ball out. So here we go, and Stefan's not had a sniff for 5 racks. And Spectre Dawn breaking for the match. Oh, that seemed a bit of a duff one. Nothing doing, I don't think. And Stefan, 1 ball into the side. Oh, he's chickened out. He's, I think he's worried there. Well, that's not going to get to a rail, so he's benefited from his safety because that was a poor one from Spectre Dawn. He should have hit that hard enough to get to a rail. And Stefan, presuming he was aware that he had ball in hand, but he played the little combo. And now he's got to find a gap. It's all about a gap where he can see this 2 ball. That needs to keep travelling. And it's got there. And now, let's have a look at what he's got. Well, anything to avoid the 5 ball. And that really wasn't it, because he's left himself in trouble here. Well, I think he's got to duck for cover. And that's a good shot. There's no way he's jumping anything there. And that's got Spectre Dawn in trouble. Well, he's kicked it, but scratched. Now, the other thing, though, is this 6 ball is a bit of a troublesome object to get to. Even with ball in hand to start off. Well, I think Stefan was trying his best there to get a little nudge either way. But he may well end up having to play the 6-8 combo if he's had a look at it. Because it's he just overhit it slightly. It's not a bad combo though. He doesn't want to hit this too hard because he doesn't want the 6 ball to leak away. And he's played that well. And it's a good out as long as he doesn't scratch. For Stefan, well, he finally got through, as has Chimpy, who has beaten Lab by 7 racks to 1. And so Stefan breathes a big sigh of relief, having scraped through in the last rack there. But it was a poor safety by Spectre Dawn that caused it. I mean, he kicks the ball, but there's no pace in it at all to get to rail. And that's what gave Stefan the chance. So, we'll get this thing to work. I think quite a lot of first round matches have gone through. Mr. Bill is 6-4 up against Bankster. Sylvia, I missed the Sylvia result. Sylvia's already through. She's gone through 7 racks to 4. Maybe that just got through just now. We've got Larry, who is 6-4 down to John Boo. Let's go in and catch that. John Boo getting the 7 ball. Another result's gone through. Mr. Bill has just beaten Bankster. So Larry has work to do. Clearly Bankster's be getting good use of his 7 ball money ball. Oh, that's turned out pretty good there. Larry can kick. Easy kick, but where's it going? Well, Larry will settle for that as well. That's a good result. You need that little roll of the ball now and again. Well, I think the line is there down the right side to get to that 4 ball. Maybe just before the point of the middle pocket. He's going a wider angle. I think it's just before. Maybe the middle pocket's actually in the way of the proper line. But I mean, if you hit it top of the middle pocket, you can put a wee bit of left spin on it. Well, if it goes to the rail, it'll be perfectly safe. Again, good little roll of the ball. And that's got Larry in trouble again because he's got to keep this safe. Well, we've seen 2 or 3 good little safety shots here. And that's as good as any. It's an easy kick though. He might get lucky and he could maybe kick the 8 in when he hits this 4. It's hard to say whether he will or not, but he should be kicking in behind the 4. The cue ball might roll to the 8. Well, I don't know what John Boo's seeing, but that certainly wasn't it. That was a poor effort. So Larry is going to have to take the combo to get started. If anything, just to get rid of the 8 ball. Oh, now he's got to squirt out. He's overjuiced it with a spin. And of course, Larry can't afford to miss a ball here. John Boo's money ball is still sitting there. Now, I think Larry maybe wants to be square or lower on this 7 ball once he pots the 6. He's got the angle. He can just do a little stun and go past the 9. And another result gone through, and Liddell has beaten LS3 by 7 racks to 6. And Larry looking to take this match to a final rack. 8 ball goes in, 5 ball is tracking as well. It goes in, and he has a shot in the 1, and the 2's right down the bottom of the table. So the only thing with this shot is he has to avoid the 4. The 4 is slightly in the way, I think. Is that the 4 ball up there? Yes, it is. 4 ball slightly in the way. He's checking the cue ball to avoid the 4, and that's why he's ended up missing the 1. The cue ball was tracking towards that 4 ball. He's checked it with left English to avoid hitting the 4, and I think he's left this 1 on. A wee bit of right English maybe needed. But again, John Boo's not looking at that, but I think he would put a wee bit of right on that. He may well have potted that 1. Now Larry's going to nail him here. He needs to make sure though he hits this to get to a rail, because this 1 ball could run into the 3 and 9 here and not get to a rail. He looks as if he's going for the pot though, and that was well played. Now, Well, the 3-9 aren't a combo, and it won't be if he can get good on the 3, but again, he's headed into bedhead territory for the 3 ball. And can't avoid colliding with the 9, which means that he's going to struggle to get a good shot. He could draw off the 9. That's what he's trying to do, I think, to still have a sight on this 4 ball. Now, is it going to bounce behind it out? No. It stayed on the short side of the 4. Well, again, an easy safety here. He can duck for cover down the bottom of the table. And that's going to be in line with the 9 and 6. That's a good safety. Again, it's not a difficult kick, this 4 ball. Oh, and the 4 balls get in off the rail. And what about that, Larry? That is a sore one. Perfectly good safety that the kick was on. And there's always a chance it will go in along the rail. And John Boot has taken Larry out by 7 racks. No, what's he needing? Is it the 7 ball? No, he hasn't. I thought it was the 6 ball. I'm in a panic there. But that will do. So Larry's going to have to battle through in the 1 loss side. What time are we at? We're still 20 minutes away. So Bill is playing Sylvia in round 2. Stefan is about to play John Boot, having coming through against Larry. Liddle is playing Chimpy, and DJ Redo is playing Slimeball. So we'll head in and we'll see a bit of this match with Bill and Sylvia. Bill 1-0 up, and Sylvia again getting a very generous 5 ball. More than capable of getting used to that. So Sylvia, 4 racks to 1 up. And a ball in the break. Where's the cue ball going? Good evening to Simax. We're about 20 minutes away from it. Top of the hour. So Bill has work to do. And the angle he had in the 2 wasn't good enough to take him down towards the 3. So he's forced into playing the 3 further away than he would like. Plus he's got to get into the cue ball. And digging into the cue ball to hold for the 5. Rattles the 3. Now again, Sylvia should be ducking for cover here. She can send the 3 back towards the 6 or send the cue ball towards the 6. Well, that's an easy escape for Bill. He easily jumped that. Of course, that's the problem with playing the jump shot. You've no real control of where the cue ball's going to end up. And once again, Bill having to kick this. Needs a bit of luck. Well, that's as good a luck as you could ever ask. The 5 ball caroms in off, I think, the 6. Now, with this shot, he's got the wrong angle, so he's just trying to hold it to be able to still see the 7, which he can. And now around the corner and out would be the order of the day here. And he's going to be back within 2. I think that was a 2 ball, went into the corner on the right side. Cut down the rail in the 1. I don't know whether he maybe wants to drag off this cue ball, this 1 ball when he's trying to pot it. See, the thing is, it was always coming across that side, and that was the problem. Cue ball was always going to track if you just hit it plain ball to make the pot. I think he had to maybe drag a bit off that. Now, he might be able to squeeze around this and get it in off the jaw. Yep. Well, it goes into the side. He's got to get the pace in the 4 ball for it to go in the side, though. He can't just dink this, he's got to let it run. Well, he's gone for it in the corner, that was even better. And not a bad wee kiss in the 5. And that cue ball's tracking nicely onto the 6. So he's in good shape here. Just leave the angle for that cut in the 7, back into the table for a fairly straight in 8 ball, and he should be back within 1. Shouldn't be a problem. So Steve said he would be joining us for this match, but he won't be around tomorrow for the big match that we have. We've got 2 matches tomorrow, but Steve won't be available. But he does have further information on the VP4 league and the testing process that he wants to get underway. So Bill at the table, trailing by 1, giving away the 5 ball to Sylvia. Well, this is a toughie. Having run into that 7 ball, that's taken the running out of the cue ball, and now he's got a really dodgy cut in the 4. And where's the cue ball going? And there's a gift and a half if ever you want one. Served in a plate. And Sylvia back to 2 racks in front. And now with the break, and again a ball flew into the corner, ball into the top left hand corner, ball into the side, and no shot in the 1. Well, the push out. Well, she's going to be put back in straight away. I can tell you Bill's not interested in that, I don't think. Yeah. Sylvia was asking for that one. You see, that's why you've got to think about what you're doing when you're playing a push out. because she's ended up getting it pushed back to her and then can't hit the one. She left it really awkward for Bill, and whenever it's going to be that awkward, they expect to be coming back at the table. So the push out has to be something better than that one, where you give Bill a choice, and now it's ended up being an easy run out. The 3-9 combo. Well, Sylvia walked into that hook, line and sinker there with a poorly thought out push out, and she's not the first player we've seen do things like that. That's the one thing I haven't looked for to see. There's bound to be a John Virgo soundboard somewhere. So Bill, trailing by 1, and LS3 has survived a round in the 1 loss side. She's beaten Lard by 4 racks to 1. And meanwhile, Bill trying to restore parity here with Sylvia. Now, again, a little dink in and check the cue ball back into play just like that. And should be home and dry. So we're about 10 minutes away from the match between Tommyy and Stubb. Race to 11. And the winner of that match will move through to play Zangetsu. If it's Stubb that gets through, it's a chance for revenge against Zangetsu, who put him to the 1 loss side. But is Stubb going to be good enough, consistent enough, sensible enough to win this match tonight? Meanwhile, Bill has broke in rack number 12. The break is dry. Sylvia's got no shot in the 1. Well, Bill can duck for cover here big time if he wants to. The thing is, he'd be sending the 1 towards that, if that's a 3 ball up top there. Although he doesn't look to be doing that. But there's good cover down this end of the table here. He's billiarded the 3 in to keep himself at the table. So now he's got to back himself all the way and run this table now. Well, this is a bit straightish. He's got an angle, but he needs to get this stunned out and not be hampered over the 7, I don't think. I think he's fine. Looking good at the moment. The crucial one is to get good on the 6. Good evening to WizKid. Welcome to anybody else that's watching.
Good evening.
And Steve has sneaked in the back door again. Welcome to Steve.
Hi, guys. Good evening, Hugh.
Good evening. We're just watching Bill and Sylvia. Bill trying to get himself back into the lead here, and he's just missed the 7. And Sylvia's extra money ball is gone, but she's got a perfect angle on this 7 ball, as long as she can get the pace right to get back down onto this 8 ball. That looks a good line. Well, it's a good line, but she's now got a dodgy cut in the 8.
Well, she's gonna probably need to hit this on the inside unless you really juice it up and draw it with right. You could do either way.
Took the big risk, and she's got a good roll, cannoned into the 9.
I don't like that kind of play because it's too uncontrolled.
Well, when you get a bit of luck like that, you don't do that with a 9 ball.
Yeah, that's frustrating.
Well, I walked into Stubbs' room earlier on. Stubbs obviously concerned because Stubbs has been practicing all afternoon at the black ball, and I walked into his room and I watched him, and he's banging balls all over the shop.
Well, I know he watched the stream because he PM'd me. I wasn't around, but he left me a message, and it was in Stubbish, so I'm not really quite sure what it said. But
I'm perfectly fluent in Stubbish, Steve. I know it. I know it off by heart.
I don't know. He was ranting something crazy about, besides all the nukes and all this, but how I don't think he liked what I said about his play, and but maybe I know chances are small, but maybe he'll actually listen and improve. I mean, you never know. Maybe he'll make an attempt to play differently.
You think so?
Put him up. What
I said
we've
maybe
got
a
here
little
is
maybe.
failure to communicate. Some men you just can't reach.
That's Stubb. That's Stubb to a T. Some men you just can't reach.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what happens. I mean, that would be great if he figured a few things out. And, nobody's going to like instantly change what they're doing completely. But he might try not to be so crazy and try to play a little bit more strategy.
Well, he's been getting plenty of advice, but I think it just goes in one ear and out the other. But, you never know. He might see the light of day. He might be like a newborn Christian or whatever you call them. And talking of Christian, Bankster's taking him out in the 1-loss side by 4 racks to 1. Now, how handy was that as Bill hangs the 6 ball? Well, this is about, I think, the second match didn't go all the way. The first match did. And this one looks very likely that it's going all the way. If Sylvia can hold her nerve and take these 3 out, we're 5 minutes away from the match.
Yeah, the thing about Stubb is he could be one of the players to beat in these things if he just changed his ways a little bit. I mean, obviously in black ball he's got a lot more to change than something like 9 or 10 ball, but he's got some very good skills. He just he's applying better, and if he does, you never know. He could be the guy that's winning a lot of these world championships.
Well, there's a match that's gone through that I never even noticed, the 1-loss side. Larry has taken out Spectre Dawn. So even though Spectre Dawn battled back in that match against Stefan, the match that Stefan shouldn't have lost, Spectre Dawn has gone home.
Yeah, that's...
And there's a quick way of finishing the match. And Bill takes out the 9 ball on the combo. Right, let's have a quick look. This tournament's rattling through it. This tournament, Steve, was full at 50 minutes before it was due to start tonight. 50 minutes. Good. It was cram-packed full. Right, so what we've got now, we've got Bill waiting to play John Boo or Stefan. In fact, Stefan did win that match. Ignore what I'm saying because my head's spinning at this time of night.
There's a great comment. Stubb is being Stubb in the lobby, and Simax says, Stub, do you need to take your medicine? That's good.
Little is 3-4 down to Chimpy, and DJ Radio's 3-2 up against Slimeball. Let's have a quick look at this Little guy. I don't think I've ever seen him before, or girl, whoever he or she is. Where is he from? UK, according to that. So we're about, 2.5 minutes away now. He's an 1800 rated player. He's getting 6 and out, which again is very dangerous.
Yeah, well, his overall rating is champion, so obviously he's getting more than. Let's see. What's he playing to in this? What's he playing? His ratings.
His rating according to the HUD is 1823.
Oh, that's little. Okay, you're looking at somebody else. I thought you were talking about Slimeball.
Oh no, I'm in the little Slimeball, the little Chimpy room.
Yeah.
Oh, I had a hilarious afternoon, Steve. I'll tell you. I'll tell you something. There are people in VP4 think that I am your administrator or something. Now it gets a PM this afternoon, and for an hour and a half, I sat there talking to Pete 52.
Yeah, he's been having problems, and I have not been able to figure out what's going on.
Right. I'll tell you. I'll figure out what's going on. First of all, the bit I don't understand is he said he insists he's got nothing to do with Steam, and yet when he tries to make a payment, it comes up saying you're not logged into Steam or something stupid like that. But to cut a long story short, I said, look, I said, in fact, forget it because we're almost 8 o'clock. Well, I said, look, what I'll do is you send me $12. That's another thing about buying $, Steve. I need to talk to you about that at some point because it's a bit crazy when you're trying to buy something as a gift. You can't buy $10 worth. You have to buy 300 increments of $, which is daft. So I ended up having to try buying $1,200 for the guy. But the whole story is that when he tried to make a payment to me on PayPal, he ended up asking me for 10 cents. So to be honest with you, I don't think he really has used PayPal very much, and I think he was totally confused. And at the end of the day, nothing happened. He's none the wiser. But that was 90 minutes to find all that out.
Oh boy.
Tommy's in the room.
I don't know what's going on. Okay, here we go. This is going to be exciting.
Well,
this could be one of the better streams that we've had in quite a while.
Yeah, well, let's give it a big build up, Steve, and then see where we go.
Although, last week was good. I mean, this could we've had some good matches in this black ball.
Well, I played a couple of racks today, and Cobra will tell you, I mean, I struggled badly. I think I won one rack, but my goodness me, see, trying to control that cue ball. Right, anyway, Stub is at the bottom of the screen, and well, that's not a good sign, because if that's Tommy's lag, that's the worst lag I've ever seen. Yeah, Stub has won the lag. Tommy, I think, is falling asleep. I hope he hasn't.
Well, it's a good break. I think he's going to have to take the yellows. Doesn't have to, but it doesn't seem like the reds are that wonderful.
Well, let's hope for Tommy's sake he had a mouse fart there. He may have hit maybe he was queuing up and hit the ball when he didn't mean to because it was such a poor lag.
Well, I'll tell you the one good thing about that yellow that's blocked by the red is that might go. And if it doesn't go, it's going to hang right in the pocket. You can get by that red and either hang it in the pocket or make it. So
yeah, it's tight.
Yellows look really good. Well, if you don't make it, you've got a ball right in front of him.
Yeah, it's going to lock it up, yeah.
Well, he came out maybe just a little funny here. I think he can shoot. I think he can shoot by this ball and make the yellow.
Now, guys, you guys that are watching, how is the audio coming through? Is it okay? Not that I'm going to change anything. I'm just asking if it's okay.
I'm not sure what Stubbs doing. He should be able to shoot by this ball with a little bit of left English and bring the cue ball around the corner. Oh, he was able to go straight at that one, but he didn't hit it very good. That's terrible. Well, you know, it's not the end of the world to leave that for later because it is blocking balls, although those two reds didn't go anyways without moving them.
Audio is okay. That's good to hear. Good evening to Larry.
He's got a real good chance. I don't know what he's doing here. He should shoot this one down in the corner past the red. If he wants to, he could even nudge the red a little and make more room for his yellow. You just roll this and nudge that red just a teeny bit so the yellow is easier to make, which is what he did.
Well,
that was the right play there.
He's going to roll the other one up and then just leave the 8 into the side, which seems fairly logical. And he's going to have to just kill this. I mean, it's fine to cut in from there.
Yeah, now he doesn't need to stun this. And he didn't. He just rolled it. That was the right thing to do.
Well, that's a good start from Stubb.
Very good start. He played that rack really well. Everything was under control, nothing crazy. Oh boy, and Tommy's broken dry and left him spread reasonably well. I'm sure he's taken red.
No.
This table's a little tricky to run out where those balls are sitting all clustered in the middle of the table.
What about that red into the side, but just nipping it off the yellow?
That would certainly open up that side pocket. I like that play. You know, and the cue ball is going to want to come in between the red and yellow there. He's not going to do that.
He might do it now. Then again, he's gone too far.
No, he's fine. He can still do it here, I think. Yeah, he can play the red off that yellow still.
Oh, he can.
And he's going to hold it. He's going to come back and shoot the red that's right in front of it next, probably.
This has got to go in. Well, he's actually just brushed it and no more and hit his own red thicker than he intended to, which may well have created a problem.
No, he didn't want to do that. I mean, that red will still go on the side, but it's a lot tougher now.
Yeah. I think Tommy needs a wake-up call here. That very poor lag's a bit alarming. And then he follows it up with a dry break in his rack.
Well, I'd be hitting this with a little inside. Oh, okay, he went to that one. That's fine, too. He just had to get back for this. That was a good choice. So what he can do is shoot this one in the corner, shoot the one on the side, shoot the other one on the side and stun back and then play the red up in the corner. Just needs to leave a little angle so he can get back across for the 8 ball. I mean, this is all sitting pretty good. I'm not sure what he's looking at. You shoot the one right in front of him and just...
I hope he's not...
It's almost a stop shot.
I hope he's not looking at the gap between the two yellows when he pots this red. That's maybe what he's looking at to take it next, rather than the one on the side.
He just needs to stun this, just like that. Now he stuns this one. Let's see. I think he needs to go forward maybe a teeny bit. Not much. If you just roll this, I think it'll be perfect. He needs a very slight angle so he can stun over and get to that other red. Now, this is where, you know, the light cue ball, you got to realize, because you can just roll this. It's not going to roll out very far after it hits this red. He will still have angle. Well, he hit it pretty hard. He still has angle, even hitting it that hard. So he's good. you stun this back, you just don't want to get straight in on it. I mean, I think you got to pull it back some. You don't want that much angle, but somewhere around.
I think the angle would be to actually come back off that and run into the yellow. The line he's got, or be there or thereabouts, and then he'd be plumb on the red. But you don't want to be plumb on the red. You want to have an angle to get out onto the 8-ball, though, don't you?
No, you don't want to. Where that yellow is, that's the most you want to come back. You need a little angle. I don't get that.
Well,
That I didn't like. This is a little tricky here. I think it'll work, but he's going to probably hit that yellow down there by the corner pocket. Just depends on which part of the side pocket this goes into. Yeah, I guess, he felt safer doing that than trying to stun it over. I mean, yeah, he's good.
Well, it's 2 runouts from Stubb. From what I can remember, Tommy's broken this one, broke Bry, Stubb's run out, 2-0.
Well, he hasn't done anything crazy, and he hasn't had to play any strategy. I mean, so far, other than the fact that he's playing well, he hasn't shown us anything new. I mean, we know that he can run out.
We know he can pop balls, yeah.
Well, he can move the cue ball, he can run out, and there's the first
one.
There's the first bit of craziness. Let's see if Tommy can make him pay for doing that. Didn't take too long for him, first time he gets something that's not sitting well, he gets crazy.
Yeah, I think he was holding off and couldn't resist it. The table's still open, but, well, I think it's got to be reds, if only because that yellow's up top there in amongst the reds. And now the problem with this is he's running into this yellow.
I think he's okay. I think the way it's going to hit it, it's full enough. I mean,
see, this could come back out and block the other red into the other corner. No, he's playing it soft.
Yeah, you just got to play it soft. So you can get away with that light cue ball because it doesn't want to go forward. With a normal cue ball, that would probably get on the wrong side of that other yellow.
Larry's going 11-3 to Stubb. Cobra's going 11-7 to Tommyy. Semi-Pro's saying 11-5. What's that? Is that 11-9 to Tommyy? So we'll get a bit of disagreement in the audience.
I'll say this: there's been a lot of predictions, and Cobra's been particularly good at making predictions. But with Stubb, I think we might have a case of a little bias against Stubb, because none of those guys want to see him win. So, yeah, I'm not sure. Honestly, I haven't seen Tommy play enough to know who's got the advantage, but I certainly don't think it's going to be a blowout. I think it's probably going to be pretty close, and at this point, based on what I've seen, I give Stubb the advantage, but we'll see what Tommy does. I mean, you said he played really well in that other match.
He played well in his other match, and the only thing that's going to cause him problems here is finding some way to get to this 8-ball, which to me he's got a slim chance of getting on a spot where he can pot it.
Well, I mean, it's pretty natural here to come off and leave yourself an angle on this red into the side. The other thing is trying to get straight in and go forward in the corner.
This looks as if it's got a chance. This is perfect.
This is a beautiful angle. Now, this is just, knowing the line the cue ball is going to take. It'll be a little less steep because of the light cue ball, but you just roll this. Now, that's just crazy what he did. All you had to do is roll that because it went in the corner pocket.
Yeah. I mean, from the short side, it went in no problem. He just dropped the cue ball through. I don't know whether Tommyy looked at it. Clearly he didn't, or he'd have played it. And now he's going to have to do the bank.
Yeah, that was a terrible mistake because he was out. I mean, he got on that red in the side perfect.
Well, that's a poor choice of shot there by Tommy. I don't know what he had in mind. I think he was trying to get lucky and rattle it somewhere.
And it's a blast that, of course, comes up short because it's going to come up short when you hit it like that.
Well, that was a big fail by Tommy there. I mean, there's no way he should have ever been letting that cue ball run like that.
Yeah, if you want to hit it that hard, you got to play more angle. I don't know. You know, maybe Larry is right. Maybe it is going to be 11-3 stub. I mean,
well, if it keeps up like this, it will.
I kind of doubt it will because I think Stubb's going to make too many mistakes with his unwise plays. But you know, I mean, the way he's running out, Tommy's going to have to play awful good with the opportunities he's going to get. He just threw one away. You know, so far Stubbs' pattern play has been pretty good.
Well, what Tommy doesn't want to do is start getting desperate. You know, it's still the early stages, but he wants to cut out what he just did in that rack.
What's Stubb ranting about planned?
Oh, I don't know, probably.
Stubb could blast the 8-ball off of a couple of those corners and go 7 rails and go in, and he say it was planned. Well, this certainly could be missed. I think, you know, Stubb's a very good shot maker. I don't expect him to.
Well, back to Tommy's break. He's under pressure now, trailing by 3. He needs something to happen. Well, he's got the first part right. He's got a ball. Oh, that's a mishmash of balls in the middle of the table here.
Yeah, this is a tough rack to run out. You know, the real question now is how's Tommy going to respond now that he's in, you know, a match where the other guy's running out a lot? Is he going to fold or is he going to come with something?
Now, can somebody tell me what's that in Tommy's picture? Is that somebody?
That's somebody playing pool. It's probably Tommy.
I can't. Oh, it is somebody playing pool. You know what I thought it was? I thought it was somebody sitting down. Yeah, is it somebody jacking up?
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually jacking up with very good form. Good bridge, good. That looks, if that's Tommy, he can probably play pool. I mean, that's a pretty good looking stance on that shot.
Well, he's plumped for the yellows.
Yeah, and I think that's fine. I mean, you got all these balls extended from the side pocket, and they're close together. So this is going to be a little tricky, but it can be picked apart. I think the important thing is, you know, trying to play shape for 2 balls so that if you do get weird, you still got shots. Let's see, is he going to jack up and bring this back? If he rolls forward, he could shoot this other one in the corner. He's going to jack up. That little roll forward shot's a little tricky. I think that was wise.
Now, this is got to be controlled.
This is simple. 2 rails, and then you shoot this ball on the side that's on the other side. You shoot into the side pocket. This is just a little 2-railer. Now, he looks like he's going to draw this, which is a mistake. The natural path here, the cue ball wants to go long rail, end rail, and then you go. He would be straight on this other ball in the side pocket.
See that now he's going to have to go through the gap here. He could end up hooked behind that red.
No, he doesn't have to. This light cue ball, he can draw this and just bump that second ball out, the second red, and be straight in on the yellow on the side. He can draw it right into it, just like that.
A little dink back again, is it? Or is
he got that bit right. You know, he made a mistake on the pattern by not taking the natural two-railer. One of the best pieces of advice I ever got was I asked a friend that was a champion about a shot and this and that. And he says to me, where does the cue ball want to go? And I'm like, well, over here. He's like, always play it where the cue ball wants to go. Don't start doing weird stuff with the cue ball unless you have to. And that's great advice, is that, you know, you're usually better off playing some sort of natural path.
Right, what did I say? What did I go? Where did I go wrong? Did I say it was Stubb when it was Tommy, or did I say it was Tommy when it was Stubb?
I don't know.
Well, the only thing I did do was just say it before Steve said it, because he'll be next to say it.
Yeah. No, you can guarantee I'll get confused at some point. That was a very nice out, though. I mean, that was not as easy as a table as it looked with all those balls the way they were sitting. And Tommy moved through them pretty nice. He made one mistake on his pattern, but he got away with it, and he got out. And
well, this is your prayer's been answered here, Tommy, because Stubbs came up dry, and these balls. Well, the only tricky one is your favourite one, Steve, the one extended from the side pocket that's next to the red.
Yeah, that's a nasty one, because right now it only goes in 2 pockets. And one of them, it's real tight to get by the red, you know, and the other one, you know, he's got the other red over there in a way. So, that, I mean, yeah, he's going to need to get to that. The key ball to get to that is really the ball sitting right next to the side pocket. You can use that to, you know, just bump out and get a shot on that in the corner. So, I mean, that's the way you want to think about this, is you're like, how can I get to that? Well, he's got this other ball over in the side pocket. It's very easy to see that if he can get a shot on that ball in the side pocket, that it's going to be very trivial to get on his problem ball. So this is a good opportunity here. The only problem is that, you know, you can get funny.
He just, I mean, if he was straight on in that one at the side, he'd have been laughing.
Yeah, you didn't need. You could have been the other way too and just gone to the rail.
Yeah.
This is. I think he can still do it with this light cue ball. A little stun draw with a touch of right English and just pull it back. I think he can still get there.
Yeah, he doesn't like it, but I don't think he's got much of an option. I mean, he's not going to play the combo, is he?
He can shoot this combo and then, you know, shoot that one by the side in the corner. I like shooting it right now, because I think, you know, you can hit this and make it. Well, he tried to cheat the pocket, which doesn't work with those side pockets.
Well, the only thing that's in his favour is the fact that he's got control of the bottom left-hand corner, and Stubbs going to start banging here to get things moving. Watch this.
Well, that's his main advantage. The Stubb is just going to turn the cue ball loose, and in doing that, there's a good chance that Tommy's going to end up winning the game. Now, if you roll this right here and you roll it into the 8 under control, that would be okay. I mean, you're going to have to move balls. So, you know, you want to look for an opportunity. I thought the shot he just had, he could have rolled into the 8 ball.
Well, you know, we know it's coming, because now he's nudged the yellow to lock up the 8 ball. He's going to start blasting any time now.
Well, I'm not sure what he was doing there. I thought he had a chance to just roll that, go forward, bump the 8 over to the end rail, and, you know, the red was right there. He'd have a shot. I'm not sure what he was thinking there.
Right, while this, Stubb is trying to create something here, I've been telling the guys before you arrived, Steve, about your upcoming plans to get these VP4 leagues tested. So what I thought is, if you've got anything to say to the guys, it'd be best if they hang around till the end of the match. Because what I'll be doing, I'll be going to the remainder of Friday Night 9 Ball after it if it's still on, but we'll leave that to the end of the match. So it'll be worth your while hanging around, ladies and gents. to hear what Steve's got to say. Meanwhile, Stubb still trying to work out something here. How he's going to go about it, I don't know. Well, here we go. He's coming inside, round the corner.
Yeah. Well, the problem here is getting the cue ball out of there. And this one, you are going to have to hit hard if you're going to try to do something. There's going to be a lot of luck involved here. It's going to be difficult to control this because you're going to have to hit this hard to get the cue ball out of there.
See if he gets into this. Yeah, he's had a blast. He's got it out. And he's potted a yellow, which doesn't matter because he's potted his.
Well, I'm not going to say that was a bad shot because he hit it the way you had to. That one you had to hit hard. And, you know, there was some risk there. And sometimes you got to take risk. I mean, he wasn't, you know, the way those balls were sitting, there wasn't any way to nudge them or bump them or, you know, you were going to have to blast them. Sometimes the stub method is the proper method, but
now this needs a little stun onto that yellow, does it not?
Yeah, he just needs to stun this over, and he's fine. He can bump the yellow if he wants. You know, this is just a little stun shot. And he'll be straight in on the 8. Everything's going to be wonderful. He decides to roll it, which is fine. I mean, you know, this light cue ball, it's really easy to hold the cue ball like that because it's just not going to go anywhere.
Well, Stubb did his work. He got the breakout. You always need a roll of the ball when you try the breakout, and everything came out fine, and he's 4-1 up.
Well, you need a roll when you have to hit it that hard. I mean, sometimes you can control that sort of stuff. That was not a situation you could. I mean, the main goal is get the cue ball out of that corner, and he was able to do that.
Was Bedhead here earlier on? Good evening to Bedhead. I've just noticed him in the chat.
Oh yeah, Bedhead's been here. He's the silent Swede. Well, looks like Tommy's going to take the reds. And
I'm not so keen in the reds. With those two
I'm not either.
In the middle.
I like the yellows
I mean,
better.
I'd be getting rid of that yellow on the side and the other yellow that's extended from the side pocket because you can hold on it and cut it into the other side. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he's looking at reds. I just, you know, it's not that they're terrible, but I just don't think they're sitting as good.
Now, what's to stop him dropping that in, finishing there? In fact, that might be the problem. Looking at it, if he'd need to maybe just come nudge to there like that. And then he can take that one. The cue ball's going to be running, though. That's the problem. You need a...
Yeah, I mean...
this is awkward. I don't think he'd ever get any better on this yellow again.
This is awkward. It's going to want to run into that red. You know, this light cue ball, it's going to be hard to get it past that red. I mean, ideally, that's what you would want to do is get past that red, go to the end rail, and come out and shoot that one in the corner or the other one in the side. If you need to go way up on this... He's going to stun it, which might be a better idea with this cue ball, but it's going to bounce off that red.
He's not picked a line.
Well, that comes from, you know, focusing on the cue ball so much and just trying to make sure that you pull it back into that red and just completely forget about the line of the object ball to the pocket.
Straight away, Stubbs doing it. He's got them open.
Yeah, that was fine. That was a, you know, reasonably controlled shot because he was going to come up with a shot on this one red almost no matter what. And he's got a shot on 2 reds. I think he'll be out here. I mean, I think he'll roll this one in near the long rail, and then he'll be on one of those 2 balls on the side. Yeah. He's looking like he might try to shoot this other one down table in the corner, which, you know, that one's a little harder to get to, so I can understand why he'd do that.
Yeah, that's the first one to get rid of.
Yeah, and then he can come down and see he's got the red near the 8 ball. He shoots that next, and then he's on one of those other ones in the side. Let's see. Can he roll this? I think he can roll this if he wants. I think it'll nudge the 8, you know. He didn't trust it to do that.
Yeah,
and
now
there's
he's in trouble.
Well,
oh, Tommy's gone. Now, what is Tommy saying? He says black in the chat. Not sure what happened. Well, it could be your bandwidth's getting eaten up watching the stream as well as playing. If you've got the stream running in the background.
Well, VP doesn't take hardly any bandwidth. That really shouldn't be a problem. I mean, it's...
Yeah, but it could
have
have
been power could be dodgy connection, you know.
He could have 15 refugees in his house all running the internet at the same time.
Yeah.
You know, you never know. So we're waiting on Tommy getting back in. Stubb looking good at the moment, or he was a minute ago, for a 5-1 lead.
His shot clock's going to run out. Tommy's probably going to have to... But when it comes back, it should reset, I think. If it doesn't, Tommy can switch the turn back to him. Yeah, it didn't call foul. I don't think it will. I can't remember how that all works. This game's so complicated, I never can remember what something's going to do. Yeah, why are you playing on a laptop? I hope you're not using a touchpad.
Right, so I think we'll have a musical interlude.
Is it going to be an Al Yankovic?
Just a question. I presume that this disconnect is still on in the 10-minute shot clock thing for the timeout.
Oh yeah,
well,
it's got a timeout.
Tommy wants to get his act together here and get this thing sorted.
Yeah, I mean, how long does it take to boot a laptop? My computer boots in like, I don't know, 20 seconds.
Well, the way things are going, it could be...
Good night, ladies.
Well, he's been gone for about 5 minutes now.
That theme is by, now what's her name? Now you've got, see, you shouldn't say things like that, Mark, because it gets my brain ticking over, thinking of her name that played that Pop Black theme tune. And plus that would be a copyright strike as well. The first thing they would do on YouTube is just kill the audio. I notice they don't do you for copyright strikes for having images or just having vocal sound. What do you call it? Well, you know what I'm talking about, this sort of stuff.
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious.
And don't call me Shirley.
You know, the YouTube and Twitch don't do you for copyright strikes for that sort of stuff.
Well, they're
When you
more
use,
picky about some things than other. It
yeah,
really comes down to who complains about things. I've complained about things to YouTube. You know, the music, uh, you know, title holders are gonna complain, and that's why they're picky about it.
yeah. Oh, there we go. It's timed out. Now, what the hell is Tommy doing?
Well, that was only a 5-minute timeout. Yeah, let's see here.
Well, Stub will be taking that. Yeah, and all the music that I have on my stream is all copyright free. It's all YouTube stuff because you can download the music off the YouTube music library that they have, so you're never going to get hit with them.
Well, I can reset the match, but the problem with that is that I can't make the score correct in the room. I think we're probably going to have to set up a match room to finish it. What was the score? Yeah, Stubb was in a position where he might be able to make a ball, but it wasn't a great. Well, in a perfect world, I mean, well, it does save the game. The problem is that trying to think if there's a way we can get the save game back. It's probably deleted it because it does save the game. The game saved on the server. That's why you can come back into the room when both players have been out, and it'll make it correct.
Oh,
And there's Tommy being a general. We'll say 1-5. I think we're gonna need to set up a match room. You want me to do it?
Now I don't know whether my let me check this. Hang on. I'm setting it up at the moment. I better put real Poland power in. In fact, what room is it again? Somebody's going to have to give me the settings because I can't see them. Was it what do you call it? Deep pockets? Was it, or was it the beach house?
I think it was deep pockets, wasn't it? Yeah, I think it was deep pockets.
Right, that'll do anyway.
Let me look. Yeah, it was deep pockets. All right, Hugh, do this. Go up to go click the advanced up at the top.
Oh no, I need to put players in first. Hang on. I'll put myself in, seeing as Stubbs refusing to join. Right, I'm into advanced.
Okay, so I think you can set a handicap for this to get the game right. Let's see. Can you set a? Yeah, go over to handicap on the right.
Yeah.
And change it to games.
Right, it is on games. Tell Stubb to get in the room, somebody, please.
Okay, so it should be he's up by 4 games, so make it 4 games.
Right.
And then we need to adjust the race. So
hang on a minute, I'm going to come out of that.
It's 4-1, but he was on 5, so he needs 6. So
I've got it on a race to 11 at the moment.
Yeah, it should be. It's probably going to have to be, what, a race to 10? Stubb should be getting 4 games.
Right, the two of them are discussing everything in the lobby. Stubb needs to get in the room.
Yeah, it's going to need to be a race to 10. So you need to adjust the mask goal to 10.
Right.
And then go back to advanced. We got to make sure the right player is going to get the game. Well, we got to get Stubb in there to do that.
Yeah, it's just my name that's in there because I put myself in with Tommy until Stubb gets in, so I need to come back out until I see him.
Yeah, you're going to have to wait till he gets in to be able to set the handicap.
Right, so he's in now. Right, so... Oh, hang on a minute, forget that.
Yeah, put him in and take you out, and then go over to the advanced and set the handicap.
Yeah,
you didn't set?
I started the match.
Man.
Right.
Now the score is wrong. You got to get back out.
Right. Oh, now I'm not in control of the room. Steve, you get in the room.
Okay, good. So Tommy quit, so you're going to have to make a whole nother room over again. Well, you can't set it up. You think Stubb's going to set it up right? You want me to go in? All right.
Gosh.
That's fine. I can tell you what to do. Yeah. Yep. They'll just pass the turn if it's wrong. Honestly, if it was me, I'd say let Tommy break. Yeah, but put on coin flip. Just because he gave up that game when he hadn't lost and Stubb wasn't guaranteed to get out, I think it should be Tommy's break. But I mean, let's see what else is there. Alternate break. Yeah, tournament pockets, right? Yep. I think that looks good. Yes, you're correct. Stubb needs 6. Yes. Okay, and Stubb doesn't seem to be having an issue with Tommy breaking, which I think is how it should be, because Stubb was not guaranteed he was getting out from where he was.
Oh.
And Stubbs actually being reasonable about it, which is nice of him.
Yeah, I thought we could have been 25 minutes, half an hour trying to get him back into the room.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's just, for starters, I don't even understand why he's playing on a laptop. That's crazy.
Right, so Stubbs' break has given him a ball. He's now scratching his head, wondering what to do.
It was Tommy's break.
And
I think
Stubb broke.
No, Tommy broke.
No, not according to the little dot in the top left-hand side of the HUD, Steve. The little dot that you put there to remind us.
No, the little dot's on Tommy.
Are we out of sync here, Steve?
I think you better leave and come back because yours isn't right. Mine shows Tommy breaking, and I think Tommy broke.
Hang on a minute. Nope, it still says you're out of sync, Steve.
Really?
Yep, because it still shows Stubb with the dot next to his name.
Ah, now mine shows Stubbs with the dot. All right, I was the one that was. I was the one that was out to lunch. There.
Oh, that's made my day. That. Well, anyway, Stubb on the yellows.
Yeah, he's got one big problem, that one yellow, and he may try to get to it right here. I think he can come back and bump that red. The problem is I'm not sure where he's going to shoot the yellow. He may hit this with speed and just try to move it. The problem is the harder you hit this, the harder it is to get it to come back and open up. But he needs to move the 8-ball anyways, probably. So, I mean... Well, that's
taking care of that.
Well, the interesting thing with Stubb is he tries to control that shot, and that was one you did want to hit a little harder and a little more out of control to move the 8-ball further. Not that crazy blast he just did, the one before that.
Yeah, the crazy blast he just did is just sold us right down the river if Tommy gets his act together here, because he's made the 8-ball wide open. I mean, that's a mug shot there if ever you're going to see one.
Yeah, and this is a beautiful situation. He just rolled forward, and he didn't roll forward. See, that's the thing about this light cue ball is it's just not going to roll.
Yeah, because
he's still fine. He's got plenty of ways to get to that ball. He decided to go up table now, which...
Again, see how much this ball runs. It's just so light, it will just float down the table.
I might have left that one for last just because, it's in a good spot to get on the 8-ball.
You missed it. You missed that in the chat, Steve. see what Steve just said.
Yeah, I saw it.
The famous seller's response must be.
That's not the first time Steve-O said that.
No.
Oh. Yeah, my system's in good shape. I'm not watching all that porn like you guys do.
Now, the only worry here is, and this is the big worry, is he playing for this one in the bottom rail? He's got to play for the one in the bottom rail, but how does he get good on the 8-ball off this one in the bottom rail? Because he's got to dink this cue ball and get it moving.
He just stops this and it goes straight up table. Yep. That one off the bottom rail, you just hit this with a teeny bit of left English, and it goes straight up the table past the yellow, and you're fine.
Yeah. I don't like these cuts, but I mean, you've got to get it flush, it'll go in. Yeah, that'll do.
Just like that. Well played. Yeah. So, Tommyy takes advantage there.
So,
Now, you know Stubbs going to have a conniption fit if Tommy starts playing good and comes back here, because he's gonna say BS.
Look at the 8-ball. I mean, you
Yeah,
do not want to go anywhere near that.
No, that's on the precipice of doom. If you run into that. Now, that's the kind of situation Stubb does his normal blastola, and that could be a loser.
Now, the one thing I would say, though, is that there's no reason for him blasting anything. As long as he can get on the bottom side of this red down the rail, and he can do that with the one on the side, he doesn't need to thump and blast anything here at all.
But it's not Stubb shooting, it's Tommy.
Oh, you're right enough. So there I've got it wrong again.
Tommy's not going to be blasting. Well, he's got to decide, that one in the side pocket that's close to the side, he needs to get pretty straight in on, because he wants to just roll forward to get the red on the rail, and he's gotten funny. He needed to stun that over and get straight in on that right now, and he did not get there, and now he's funny.
Oh dear! Again, he's trying to pinch an angle there.
Now there's a good chance we could see a blastola. This is a tricky situation here, even though he's got a lot of yellows on the table. Now I don't think he'll play safe. I would think about playing safe in this situation or playing for table position. Stubbs going to try to run out because that's all he does. And this is a very difficult out.
Well, he ain't got a shot unless he tries to tuck that yellow and squeeze it past the red.
Yeah,
and there's enough room there. There's enough room.
I think that's a reasonable shot. Just try to get that yellow hung in the pocket. If it doesn't go in, fine, but leave it in front of the pocket, and that's what he's going to play. And it went in. I think he would have been better off just leaving it in front of the pocket, to be honest with you, because he's going to have a hard time getting to these two yellows.
Well, he's going for the drop, and I think he's a bit short.
Well, this light cue ball, he might be able to get this back in. I mean, this cue ball is going to grab a lot quicker. I think he might be able to. I know he can get into that red if he hits this not too hard and then bump the yellows. But he's got to draw the ball more than he is. I don't know what he's doing here. Yeah, he didn't draw the ball enough. I guess he might have been afraid light cue ball sucking right into the side pocket, but I could see where he was hitting it. It wasn't gonna. He needed to be on the other side of the red. He did manage to get one out, but
there's a gap to get on this yellow, Steve.
You know what? He can make this yellow down the rail. I mean, this is going to be a heck of an out if he gets this in the hole. I mean, this ball does go. It's tight, but there's room.
Well, that's a great shot, and that's unlucky. It just clipped the red.
Well, he didn't. He cut it just a little too much. I mean, it was tight enough that was pretty tough. But I mean, from here he's in control. Tommy's doing a smart thing, except he didn't play it that great. You want to really get him locked on that because
Tommy's got his reward.
Stubbish just goes for the blast. That he just needed to make sure he hit that ball. Blasting it like that is not a good approach.
Well, that's played right into Tommy's hands. But you're right enough, Steve. You should have had that cue ball a lot tighter there to make it more difficult for Stubb. But
yeah. Well, Stubb just went ahead and blasted away. I mean, if Stubb could have hit some kind of controlled, softer shot and tried to spin around and bump that yellow, because that's just not a good way to try to kick at a ball, like cranking it up like that.
Well, there's a weird thing in the chat delay or whatever happened there, because you just muted him and he still showed text.
He probably had put that in before I had done the mute. You know, I mean, it's a asynchronous system.
Oh, he's definitely in blue, yeah.
You know, it probably helps him muting and probably makes him play better because now he doesn't have to spend the time and energy
typing,
writing BS in the chat. Well, yeah, I Stubb almost got there, but that was, you know, that was a tough out. And then he didn't make a very valiant attempt at hitting that yellow. I mean, it was real important for him to hit that and not give up the free ball.
Right, well, I
Not
think...
only that, he made Tommy's balls better when he blasted.
Well, I think it's odds on he's picking the reds here. I think you can see the red into the side.
Yeah, I can't see picking anything else. You know, Stubb does run out pretty good. You know, if you compare Stubb to some of the other players, he probably runs out as good as the better players. He just doesn't get the finer points of the game, and that's too bad because that's powerful being able to run out.
Now, the interesting thing here is how long is he going to wait to take that one in the side? He doesn't want to be taken in the side now to try and drop down onto this red. It's not maybe necessarily reliable enough to do that, but
he could just stun this one that he's on right now and then shoot it, because I'll tell you why that's good. Stun the one on the side and then shoot it, and the reason why is because then he could have rolled up, bumped the yellow to the rail and made the yellow worse, and then shot the one he just shot next. Now he's going to have to do something with the cue ball.
Well, it's taking a pattern that looks as if he's going to leave this one in the bottom rail as the last one to get out onto the 8.
Which is, you know, if you got a plan on how to get to it. But, you know, see, he screwed up. He shot the wrong ball last shot. He should have shot the one on the side and then rolled that one in and bumped the yellow and then shot the one that he shot last turn. And then he would have been perfect to go two or three rails down to that one.
Well, the amazing thing is you would have thought that as long as you could see that red, there's no way you could miss that red into the side pocket, but Stubbs found a way.
Well, you know, that's what happens when he tried to juice it up, and obviously he didn't hit in the center of the pocket. Yeah. I mean,
you cannot take liberties in these pockets, especially the ones on the side. I mean, you know, if you just go offline a tad and you catch that knuckle, it doesn't go in, especially at pace. It's just going to bounce straight back out. Question now, though, is if Tommyy can pick his way through these. They're all awkward. I mean, they're just all awkward to hold a line.
No, he's fine. You know, he just rolls this, and he's got to come out a little. Shoots the one on the side, and he's got, you know, well, he didn't want to come out that much. Oh, that's too bad. He needed to come out just a little. So this needs to be a dink. Light cue ball will help.
Oh, now he's looking good.
A little harder than optimal. It would have been better to be a little more straight on this, but I think he's okay. This cue ball will kill off this rail. He should be able to get pretty straight in on the other yellow. You know, he let it get out a little there again, too, but I think he's still fine just to roll this.
Yeah, if he's really soft, he'll be fine. Just get it to the hole.
Well, he's going to have a little bit of a cut. Well, he got it down a little. I don't know if he put English on that or just top, but he got it to come down a little, and that's a good shot because you want this on the 8. You didn't want to be too high. Well,
Tommyy back within 1.
See, the thing is now Stubb is thinking, you know, this whole thing with the computer and this and that, and now the world is against Stubb.
Oh,
I
yeah.
know how he thinks about this stuff.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
and he could could end up nuking himself here if he starts thinking that way and feeling sorry for himself. You just got to buck up and play. I'll tell you one thing is when you're playing well, it's always tough. Like, let's say a situation with two players. A guy plays well on you. Well, it's tough to come back and play well. But if you do, then it kind of flips it over. The guy fires at you and doesn't phase him, and he comes back and fires at you. And then it can be tough for you again now that, I just gave him, my best stuff, and it didn't phase him, and he came back and fired and played good. That can be difficult. And Stubb needs to not let that affect him.
Well, he needs to take advantage of Tommy's dry break. And he's hung the red.
Yeah, that is not gonna be taken advantage there. I think Tommy's got a real chance to even this up.
Well, I don't know why Tommy's. Well, I would have preferred that if I was taking the reds to have played the combo first and played it fairly firm to get that yellow out of the right hand corner, and get the red in the pocket. But again, he's still on the red into that bottom corner pocket anyway. There's not a problem there. But now he's created a problem because he's nudged into the other red and knocked it safe.
Yeah, that's that was the kind of shot that you could not afford to not hit it just dead perfect. Yeah, he's not looking like he's running out here. I think this might be time to play for table position.
Yeah, I'd
stop making balls and
I'd be just dinking onto that red.
Oh, that's a terrible shot.
Well, he's tied up the 8-ball.
Well,
he's
actually it's not that bad. If he knew he was gonna, but he didn't really improve the position. He solved one problem, but he created another for himself by
but you see
Stubb on the 8.
Yeah, but you see, I think Tommy's got a plan, and the plan is just to do what he just did and let Stubb do what he just did there, because he's going to keep doing that and to try and get things moving. That's exactly what he's going to do. Tommy's quite happy to let Stubb have a blast to try and do things, and he's waiting for it to fall apart.
Well, I mean, you could hope that Stubb tries to bank this yellow and moves the 8-ball out of the way.
Oh, he's going to have a slam and try and knock the yellow in along with the red and break out the 8 from the yellow. No, he's decided against it. Well, there's the first surprise of the night.
Yeah, that's the first shot he's played that was reasonable.
Well, why not just bank this red? I mean, does he want to leave that red there to guard the yellow? I think he does.
Yeah, I would have actually thought about just rolling up on that yellow, bump the red and roll up on the yellow.
Stubb can't resist it. He's going to have a go. No, again, he's just trying to lock up the pocket.
Well, at this point,
and he's not got a rail.
I think he was playing for a drawn game because he puts that in front of that red and could end up being a drawn game. Well, this is interesting.
Well, what do you do here? I mean, do you break out the 8 straight away? I think
that's
if you're going for the kill, you do.
Well, that ain't the way to go for a kill. I mean, if you're going to go for the kill, I would have tried to play for a shape for that one red that's on the long rail that has a yellow covering it.
Well, I'll tell you something. The interesting part's going to happen. Well, it won't now that Tommy's missed the red, but...
Well, that's the best thing he could have done, I think.
But, because if he had actually kept potting balls, how's he going to pot this red, get back out onto the 8-ball? I mean,
Well, see, if Stubbs going to play for the stalemate, he's gonna bank this yellow over on top of those other two, and try not to make the red. I mean, that is a strategy to play for a stalemate.
well, that's taking the red out of the equation.
He's going to kick behind this probably. Yep.
No.
That's yield one pocket shot. That was a nice shot.
Yeah, Stubbs got not many options available to him here off that shot.
This is tight, getting by the red and the 8. I'm not sure he can hit anything. This is very tight here with this red and 8. Very tight. I'm not sure if it goes by or not. I can't tell. It's very close.
Yeah, he can get by it. He did a wee bit of spin on it as well.
Okay, so now if you're Tommy, you want to avoid taking a whack at this just because I would be playing that. I would try to get this one red that he's looking at down towards the other end of the table, so I had a ball I could use to break out see.
Yeah,
that was tough. That was asking a lot.
You're talking about him should have sent that 3 rails there.
Well, he's got a good opportunity here. He bumps this red out in front of the pocket and just leaves a cue ball right there on top of the yellow, and that's perfect. Oh, he hit it too hard. Oh, what's he doing? Oh.
Well, I mean, it's opened a pocket for those 2 yellows, but
what he should have done is just bumped it out and let the cue ball run into that yellow and sit right on top of it. He got, by doing this, he gave Stubb a shot. Stubb can bank that one yellow in the side pocket. I don't know why he's not, to be honest with you. He's trying to play for the stalemate, and he didn't get there. I don't know if Tommy does have a shot, but it's pretty thin cut up table.
Well,
you're going to give Stubb a chance to try to. Stubbs is going to try to cover this ball up. He's going to try to push that yellow to the rail. Well, why is he going that way? I don't get that. Why didn't he just push that straight into the long rail and then the pocket's completely covered?
Well, I think he's called Tommy's bluff here because Tommy's now decided he's not going to hang around and he's now gone for the red.
He played the wrong shot. He cut that yellow towards the end rail. He should have just pushed it straight to the long rail, and then Tommy doesn't have a play unless he breaks it out. Well, this is all speed here. I would be trying to come between the 8 and the yellow.
Well, this looks good to me. That is dead on.
The speed was beautiful. And it needed to be at the line he was on.
Well, let's keep this quiet, but that's 4 in a row for Tommy since he came back.
Well, you got to give Stubbs some credit for trying to play some sort of moving game. I think he made some mistakes there that cost him. And I think, this is one of the reasons why it's hard to learn to play a moving game is because you get in a game like that, you play the moving game and you lose. And it's frustrating because you feel like, I'm trying to do this and it's not working for me. And, really, most of the shots he hit were pretty good. I think he made a couple little mistakes that, could have potentially got him an advantage. I mean, obviously he did not have table position, so Tommy had a big advantage the whole way.
Yeah.
But, the question is you go through that, how long is it going to last before Stubb loses patience and goes back to blasting?
That's exactly what I was just trying to say there, Steve, because he tried the tactical side there and it didn't work out. And is he going to revert straight back to what he's been doing? I'll tell you something else. The way these reds are set here, Tommy should be out. He just needs to get that one up the rail.
I'd shoot it right now, and I'd actually try to bump this one near the side pocket. Just try to run into that one near the side pocket and bump it up the rail and shoot it in the corner. Because That ball's a little bit of a problem where it's sitting, and he can solve it right here. Well, I might not have hit it that hard, but he did essentially do what I was saying he needed to do.
Yeah, it's in play. I mean, he's still got a red. He's got the other. He'll probably take the other red up the right side.
He's in good shape here. I mean, he's in good shape here.
Now, yeah, it's got to be red up the right side because he's not taking anything there at the moment.
Right up the right side, the one on the short rail, and then he can play shape on 2 balls if he wants. I don't know if he will, but he could play shape on 2 balls. Probably caddy corner is what I would do. I mean, I wouldn't try to mess with that red on the side. So, well, he needed to roll forward a little. He's still okay. I would just roll this one along the side rail and actually play shape for the one out in the middle of the table down in the corner because you know, this cue ball will hold up. Yeah, he's gonna have to go the other way because he would have needed maybe a touch of English to open up. And this shot can be a little touchy. You got to decide whether you're going to play for the side or the corner. The side's pretty natural. You just got to control the speed. He looks like he's going to play for the corner because he's putting English on it.
Yeah, dead straight. So
yeah. That's good. That's all he needed. He just roll this one forward.
And you got to roll it forward far enough to make this comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to be aware that, you know, if you dink it with that cue ball, it won't. But it doesn't take much. Yeah, that's perfect. I mean, I think what you said before about Tommy's been playing good. Now I see what you mean. I mean, he's making good decisions. His pattern play has been pretty good. This is 5 in a row. So since that little disconnect problem, this thing is completely changed around.
Well, of course, that was all tactical, Steve.
Yeah, it was F and BS or whatever we're going to hear later.
Well, Tommy's in front, and disaster right from the break.
Well, the only good thing about this table for Tommyy is that it's a pretty difficult table. So now he's not going to use his free shot properly.
Yeah, he's got a proper mess down here.
He should have used that free shot to try to help clear the mess. Not that you can't run out without it, but something like this could happen where you just come down and blast it and screw yourself. So, you know, you got a free shot. Why doesn't he use it to clean up the mess down there and make the table better? So now he's put himself in a position where
well, it's a creek without a paddle, a certain creek.
Well, he can play some sort of safety here, but it's going to be tough not to give up something. Yeah, so he's giving up a shot in the side pocket, which, you know, this is not a hard shot with that.
It's a big pocket.
With that red there, it's a huge pocket. You know, you don't have to worry about that far knuckle. So
these are all on again. I mean, the worry for Tommyy is that red there, this one. And he's nailed himself on it, so he's going to get rid of that straight away.
The only thing I don't like about that is I would have hit that harder and moved that red that he just bumped in the side pocket out more. He's still okay. It will go on both corners.
Now the thing is he's trying to stud over to the rail to take the one at the left side.
I think he's going to shoot the one in the side pocket that's by the yellow next. I think he's just going to roll this and.
Oh, he's overcut it. Well, this is Stubbs' chance.
That was unfortunate. That was a little awkward looking the way he shot that.
Something causes a delay to freeze me up. What's he talking about?
Well, he's probably playing on a laptop from 1995 or something. I mean,
oh dear.
Well, yeah, so he's having problems with his computer, but you know, I mean, What is he playing on a laptop for? Something causes the delay. Well, you got Windows running and all this other stuff. He probably doesn't have enough memory, and who knows what else is going on. You hear that, Mark? It's his system.
Well, he's trying to hold for this yellow next to the red. It does go, but it's awkward.
Yeah, this is... he's in trouble here. I don't know. I think this yellow will go. It's tight. He's going to have a roll at this. The problem is he's very close to scratching.
Yeah, if he draws back off this, he's not going to have a shot in that other yellow, I don't think.
He's trying to throw it. He's hitting it with a little stun, and he's hitting it with a little right English. He's going to try to throw this ball in. The problem is the harder you hit this, the less it throws. So the thing you need to do to keep from scratching makes it tough. And it was a well-played shot, but, you know, he caught the knuckle, which isn't surprising at the speed he had to hit it. If he would have hit that harder, he probably couldn't make the ball.
Well,
kudos to Stubb for recognizing that and shooting in a way he could make it, but this is not the shot he wants.
Watch the 8 ball.
I think he should go in between those two balls. There's the potential scratch off the red, but I don't think he can get to it with this light cue ball. I think it's more likely going to bump the 8 ball than it is the red. I mean, the angle this is, he's probably going to catch the left side of the 8 ball if he rolls this and knock the 8 ball a little down towards the corner. The cue ball hits the red, and he's going to be pretty straight in on the 8. I think he just has to roll this pocket speed, and he's going to come out good. I think he will catch a piece of the 8 ball.
He's digging down.
Yeah, I don't think he needs to do that. I think he could just roll this.
And watch the 8 ball, Steve.
See, he didn't.
Commentator's eye.
that is from putting his Q-tip down. He didn't need to do that.
The commentator's eye got it. He was heading right onto the 8 ball.
And that's just not recognizing where that light cue ball is going to go. I think.
Oh, wait a minute here. Hey, hold on a minute. I've just realised something. Aye, he potted his own ball and he knocked it in. So it's a legal shot. I forgot about that. I wish Semi-Pro was here. Yeah. He potted his own ball and potted the 8 ball, and it's a legal shot.
Well, does any of you guys want to say it, or should I? Okay, I'll say it. BS. If Tommy would have done that, you would have seen a big BS. There, I'll say I see 9ball.com BS.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking in the scratch there, but you know, if that yellow hadn't gone in, it was
then it's a loser.
Yeah.
Well, but he got away with it. He's broken. He made a ball, and he's got a pretty good table. I mean, he's got one yellow in particular that is not sitting in a good place. And if he's smart, he can solve that problem without like doing some uncontrolled shot. He could run into it right now if he wants to. The only problem is come out with shot. You shoot that one along the long rail with left English, and you can go forward and get into his problem ball. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong balls. I'm thinking he's got yellows. Okay, well, it took me a pretty long time to get it backwards. That's pretty good.
See, now you understand my problem, Steve. See, I get so engrossed in the lay of the table, I totally forget that players change round. I'm imagining it's the same player at the table all the time.
Well, I mean, he's out here. I mean, this is simple. I mean, he's out, you know, he just needs to make sure he gets past this red, because he needs a stun back so he can shoot the 8 in the same side pocket.
Yeah.
So, you know, this is basically a stun shot. Stun it down table. Now, if you lose control, you could... he was able to roll it, and I think he got far enough.
Yeah, he's fine. He could...
I don't know. I think he's going to have to go 3 rails.
Pinching a slight angle just to stun it out or draw it out. That's fine.
Oh, he did get it enough. Okay, he had enough to he could cheat it, or he could just pull it back.
Well,
all right. Well played. Very well played by Stubb there.
It's 2 in a row for Stubb.
Boy, that's huge getting 2 in a row there.
That could be a significant rack in the match. That there where Stubb played that cut and knocked 8, and it could change the match.
Well, I mean, this has been a pretty well played match so far. I mean, both these guys are playing well. They're both making pretty good decisions. Stubb's actually a little more under control than normal, which is, I think, is helping him. This could go down to the wire. So that was a dry break, wasn't it? Yeah, that was a dry break.
Tommyy is it's dry, and Stubb can make inroads here. Although again, his first ball's not easy for a Stubb. Can you see that one in the corner? Well, he's trying to cut the yellow in. What a shot!
Yeah, that was a brilliant shot there. I mean, because the yellows were definitely a lot better than the reds. But, the reds are doable. I mean, there's only 2 problem balls, and those are going to come apart in a way that you're going to have a good shot on something. So, I mean, Stubb's in a situation here where he needs to run out, and he certainly has a good table for it. Yeah, that was well controlled. He's a little funny here, though, because he's kind of straight in on this ball I think he was playing position on.
I've got to quit.
I think he needs to just shoot that and stop the ball and then shoot the ball down the rail. All right, he just needs to roll at this ball he's straight in on and then shoot the ball down table. I don't know what he's doing.
I'm just wondering why I wasn't getting any. I'm not seeing any results come through from Friday Night 9-ball. I'm wondering why. I've seen nothing come through since we got this game up and running again. I wonder why that is.
All right, I think he worked out that was what he needed to do. Now he'll just roll this one. Now he's got to be a little careful here with this light cue ball. He could snooker himself on this red. He needs to hit this with a little bit more pace and make sure he gets through by this red. This is pretty tight. Maybe even a little bit of right English. I wouldn't put a lot on it, but he needs to make sure he gets by this red, and he did. Okay, so that was well played.
Good evening to Hog. I'll tell you what the worry is here is playing this yellow that he can't really see down the rail and having that as the last ball to get onto the 8.
Well, it's a little tricky because the 8 doesn't go in the corner with that red there. So, he's looking at which one do I want to play first, and neither one of them's that wonderful.
He's going to have to go down below this yellow ball, Steve. He's going to go 2, maybe 3 rails. That's what he's going to do. Past the 8 ball and down here.
He doesn't have much angle to get. He doesn't have much angle to go back behind this other ball. I'm not saying it can't be done, but I don't, getting behind the 8 ball would be very difficult here.
Or is he trying to check this to come back across in the gap? I don't know what he's trying to do here.
This is tough because either way he's going to end up with a shot he's not going to like.
He's trying to draw back to the rail here. That's what he's trying to do. Yeah, where's the cue ball going? Disaster!
That's brutal.
Oh, that's a sore one.
But I'll tell you why that happened is because he put right English on it, which is going to make the ball run out that direction. I'm not sure why he put right English on it. I mean, a straight draw shot or even a little bit of left English would have been better. Make the cue ball snatch back.
Well,
now, I've said this before to you guys. If you want that ball you want to guarantee that ball doesn't go to the side pocket and comes back quick, you hit that with a little left English. Now, I don't see guys play that shot, but that's a a great shot. You make sure the cue ball can't get too sideways on you by hitting it with some left English.
Oh,
And what's Tommyy doing?
yeah. Well, he's okay. Let's
well,
just say that.
If I'm Stove, I'm banking this back towards the corner where Tommy's got those 3 reds and trying to. Oh, I'm sorry. It's Tommyy shooting. Here I am going backwards again.
That's 2 in a row.
God, I'm being afflicted.
You need a caffeine hit, Steve. I'm getting an excuse. It's past my bedtime.
Well, yeah, this is all looking. This is all actually looking pretty good here for Tommyy. I mean, there's no trouble. It just needs to play a good pattern. I'm thinking this one, the end rail, side pocket.
Yeah.
And you know,
I would be coming out.
We'll see where he lands and choose the next 2.
Well, I would be going there, this one, and out for the 8 ball in the side pocket. Because that way you open up the shot. You don't try to get good on it to take it down into a corner pocket. You just get it out into the table.
Yeah, well, this is just leave the one that's close to the corner pocket. This is just a stun shot. Come off the rail a little and shoot the one that's near the corner. Because it's a natural angle to come out for the 8. I mean, that's what you got to look for. Now, see, that was
straight.
Wrong.
He's going straight-ish.
All he need to do is stun it over or even roll it. You don't, yeah. I mean, he'll probably get out here. Now, here I go forward. Yep, like that. That was the right shot. But, yeah, he made that harder than it needed to be. He should have left angle on that red because you want to be you don't want to have to shoot that shot where you spin the cue ball.
Well, that's a contradiction in terms what Stubbs just said. I never hit the ball hard enough to scratch. It's bullshit. Well, you did hit the ball hard enough.
Oh man. Here we go again.
I mean, that is a proper contradiction in terms what he's just said there. You did it in the hole, Stubb. But anyway, we are back all square again. This is going all the way, I think.
Yeah, this is a fantastic match. I mean, you know, in these kind of matches, little mistakes make a big difference when it's a tight match between 2 players that are running out a lot, because they are both running out a lot. So when you get in this kind of match, this is where making choices that are good becomes even more important, because one choice could be the difference between it being 10-9 you or 10-9 him. And you know, I think it's going to come down to who's going to make the best choices, because they're both running out a lot.
Well, what features that you're talking about, Mark? The blue name bar needs to flash to help the old folk.
Well, this is tricky getting to these balls. I think he should try to get on this ball by the 8 right now, and he didn't do that. I think he's in trouble here. I think it's going to be hard to hold the cue ball on the rail when he shoots this red. And not snooker yourself on that yellow. I mean, you can bump that yellow soft, but you need to get it out and keep the cue ball there. I mean, if you hit this right, I think you can come up with a shot on that red by the 8, but this is a little tricky. It's real easy to end up snookering yourself here. Because instead he decides I'm just going to blast it and hope, and that could be the difference in the match, is that sort of mentality by Stubb. I mean, that was just not wise.
Well,
I'm not saying he should have tried to finesse the thing, but that wasn't going to work.
Well, what you do here, Steve, do you play this yellow that's next to the red off the yellow into the pocket, that way freeing up your yellows and getting rid of that red? Because I don't think, I mean, you can start potting balls, or do you go the other way?
Yeah, that was kind of tight, that shot, Hugh. I mean, I think it went, but it was a little tricky. Now, see, this is perfect. He plays a combo and moves his other 2 yellows.
Well, I mean, the combo's dead on. You can't miss it.
Yeah, and he's
Nudge that out
gonna
of the way.
yeah, you got to decide the speed you're going to hit this, and
Oh,
I think that was a wonderful
that's
speed.
absolutely perfect.
So, now it's decision time of what order do I want to shoot these, and which ball do I want to shoot last. I mean, on one hand, he's got these other two balls down there that are near the 8 that seem like they could be wonderful. But if you don't get on that ball that's extended from the side pocket correctly, you're screwed. So
he just wants to drop out here.
Yeah, that was well played. So now he should be able to get. He needs to be fairly straight in on that ball.
Yeah.
Don't be shooting that ball now. He needs to get fairly straight in so he can just roll forward. I think he's okay there. He's straight enough.
He doesn't want to be rolling through and nudging anything.
Well, that was overhit a little, but he's fine.
Yeah, just a roll in, and the cue ball's taking a natural path out slightly for a straight and 8 ball.
Even though that looked really easy, that there was a lot of ways that could have been screwed up. I mean, that was well played. And that's Tommy's impressing me. He's actually playing at a level. He's working patterns out pretty well. I don't know if he's been practicing or what, but last time I saw him play much was straight pull, and he had a lot of issues with patterns, and he seems to be doing better now.
Well, it's Tommy's break because he stole that one off Stub. Now, well, you're sitting at the top of the table, so you don't have a lot of choices where he is with the cue ball.
Well, I mean, they're both good. I might take the yellows and just try to see the red in front of the pocket. Yeah, I might play that yellow off the long rail into the red and into the pocket and clear that out, and then everything's wonderful for yellows. Because he doesn't have a great shot on the reds. I mean, he's got the one down table. Well, the one down table is probably easier. I'd probably take the reds here. If he does, he's going to have one problem ball, which is. I mean, he could shoot the problem ball now and cut it down the rail, but that's a tough shot. I mean,
Well, I think he contemplated the first option there, which was to push that yellow into the corner.
Well, I think both these. I don't think there's necessarily a wrong shot here. I think it's a shot that you feel most comfortable with. If you're confident you can cut that red down the table, it gets rid of that problem red, and you're probably okay.
Well, the only thing
if you're not, it might be better to try to take yellows. But I'll tell you that shot off the rail is a little tricky. It's not. You got to be pretty precise with it. He's looking like he might take yellows with another ball, which is nothing wrong with that.
See, if he took that first yellow and it went in past the red, how good would he? I mean, the cue ball would be through here. They wouldn't have a shot in any of those two yellows. I mean, he might be able to cut one on the side, but it would have been too tight.
Yeah, you gotta. Yeah, well, they both go on the side, but yeah, it is tight.
Oh dear.
Well, that was not ideal. So now the question is there someplace I can go to take cover? And this is going to be tough.
See, now he doesn't have control of that pocket up top, and now it's backfired on him.
Yeah, well, he shot the ball that gave him control and put himself in a bad position. I'm not sure what he was trying to do there, or where he was trying to get to. It was just kind of a clumsy looking shot, so it's difficult to guess what he was trying to do with the cue ball.
Yeah,
obviously he wasn't trying to do that.
He's trying to cut this just to get it over the pocket. I think that's what he's trying.
That's a tough cut.
Oh, what a shot, but that red got in the way, and it's 2 shots, or a free shot.
Yeah. Now let's see if Stubb uses this free shot to advantage here, because last time he had a free shot, he wasted it. I mean, obviously, he's got the one red there.
He's sending this down at the left-hand side, is he, or is he playing?
He's going to shoot it down the rail. And, you know, this will solve his problem with this ball. He's still got potentially some other issues. That red and 8 together with the other yellows is going to be a little bit tricky. If I was him, what I would be doing here is banking this back towards the other corner and taking the cue ball, running it off the long rail and running it down there and running into that yellow and 8 and trying to separate those balls. And that way you can solve two things at once. He's going to try it a different way. I'm not sure what that was. See, he could have done what he was doing there, but banked that ball into the red and yellow. Now, there's some risk involved there because the balls may not come out the way you want them. I mean, the real question in your mind's got to be, am I confident I can run out the table the way it sits, or do I need to move balls? And see, he just tried to move balls there, so it's like he could have done that last turn as part of his free shot or free ball. And the advantage of doing it in the free ball, if something goes funny, you're still okay. If you make your opponent's ball, or you know what, when you do it, when you do it the way he did it, if something went funny, you would have been screwed.
Well, he's going funny here. He's going to have to play the combo. He's no other option.
Yeah, this isn't bad. I mean, he should be out from here. This is a pretty simple shot. So now you just got to make sure, you know, you get right on these. And there's some things that can go wrong here. If you're going to come up and try to bump a yellow, you got to be careful because that other yellow there could end up hooking you. I think he's going to come back, which is just a matter of controlling this, which he was not able to. Well, but he's okay. He got a good bump there.
Yeah, he's got away with it.
Well, yeah, one pocket slim. You're exactly right. You know that it's thinking that way. It is like one pocket where if you're going to move more than one ball, solve multiple problems at once.
Well, it's a tied ball game again, folks.
Yeah, this is what they call a Donnybrook.
Race to 3.
You guys ever hear of a Donnybrook?
Nope. And Stubbs break.
Okay, well let me
gives him a ball.
A Donnybrook free for all ball, public quarrel or dispute. You know, so it has to do with conflict, but we used to call that when we had a match like this, just going down to the wire where it was a fight. We used to call that a Donnybrook.
Now that combo looks as if it's going to the knuckle. Those two reds. It looks as if it's either on or it's not on. It's hard to tell. Well, it's definitely not on because he thought it was and he played it.
Well, from the angle he's playing it, the ball's going to throw. Now, if you wanted to make that, the shot was to hit the cue ball off the rail and come in and hit the red from the other side, and then it goes in. Yeah, I certainly wouldn't have been playing the combo from the angle he was sat. He was square on it pretty much. Well, it was just going to throw the wrong way, which, you know, I don't get that. Well, you know, I think that a player at his level would understand that the ball's going to throw, and if he wanted to shoot that, he had to come off the rail. Well, this is where you want to inflict pain. You know, you want to dig the knife in deeper here, Tommy, because Stubbs just thrown up a great chance here. Yeah, Stubb just made a huge mistake. Now, this you got to hit real easy. You don't want to bump this 8-ball to the rail. If you're going to shoot that red in the side, I think he's better off, you know, doing what he's doing, which is playing away from that. Because if you bump that 8-ball on the rail, you're going to be in a world of hurt. Yeah, you'd have to jack up because the cue ball's pretty close to the side rail anyway. So, well, I think you could roll it really soft maybe and make it, but you're risking potentially leaving the red short if you do that. I mean, that cue ball's not going to go forward too much. It's so light. Now he played away from it, and you know, I mean, the biggest problem he's got here is he's going to get down to having those 2 balls from the side pocket as his last 2 balls, I think, which, you know, yeah, I mean, it's doable, but if you get funny on him, then it's not going to be a happy situation. It's very easy to end up top side of the 8-ball
for your last shot, and then the 8-ball's not got a pocket other than a dodgy cut into the side.
It's very easy to get funny on these balls and not get what you want. You know, I mean, because that one ball that's close to the 8-ball does not go in the corner, which means that if you get on the it's got to go on the side. So if you don't get right on these balls, you're done.
This is not ideal because he's not got much room.
He need to, well, here's what he has to do. He has to cut that first ball by the 1 by the 8 and let the cue ball go 2 rails and come out and
not hook himself behind that yellow.
And not hook himself. I mean, this is a tricky shot, but again, this is a natural shot. Now, the one thing about this, I think you're going to have to put a little top on this. This is light cue ball. You don't want to get into those corner knobs. You need to...
I'm trying to work out the line.
Yeah, he's going to try to draw this.
No, he's trying to draw it.
Maybe not a bad idea.
Now,
he's going to have to shoot this 8 in the corner, which is, you know, fine.
Does this hit this half ball on the right side or full on in this yellow?
It's going to hit it pretty full on, I think. I think with this light cue ball, it could be. I don't think it'll get on the left.
That'll do it.
Yeah, it was pretty full on.
Well, it's all about just dead weight pocket pace to give it every chance to go in.
Yeah, this is not a ball I'd expect he'd miss, but you know, it's definitely missable.
Now, has he disconnected again?
I think he's just taking a lot of time. I hope so.
Oh, there we go. That's pocket pace to give it every chance to go in.
Yeah, well played. You know, and Tommyy has really upped his game. I'm impressed with how he's playing. I will say that Stubb has made an attempt to play a little differently. Yeah, but I think I said this at the beginning. It's hard to do that. It's hard to change your stripes.
Yeah.
You know, if you look like a tiger, it's hard to change into a leopard overnight. I mean, it takes a concerted effort. It can actually cause you to play worse sometimes. You know, you start thinking a lot, and you know, I mean, I applaud him for trying to play, improve and play better. And I think he is playing a pretty good match, but it may not end up being enough.
Yeah, it's a bit like going southpaw as a boxer. You know, change everything that you're so used to doing to something that's a bit more alien to what you're used to.
Well, I mean, I think Stubbs played a pretty good match. I mean, right now, Tommy's played a very good match, and this looks like it's going to be hill.
Well, Stubb has got no shot that I can see.
Yeah, it was a little uncontrolled with the cue ball, and he didn't come out good. And that is one of his weaknesses. He controls the cue ball so well, and he takes kind of a flyer. I think that's a pretty good play, except he did not get what he wanted. He wanted to cover up on top of that yellow, and he left a shot. That was a very good idea, just to pull that back and cover on this yellow. And, you know, he needed to get it pretty close to the yellow, and he didn't, and he gave up a shot. But the thinking was correct. The thinking was correct on that shot. Now, Tommy's got a lot of stuff to work out here on this table.
Well, there's a dangerous shot on here for Tommy, but it would be dangerous, you know, cutting that yellow and running the cue ball down towards its 2 yellows. It'd be very dangerous. You're getting dangerously close to that 8-ball. Well, he's now got control of that pocket. Yeah,
I think that was a good shot because, you know, making that ball wasn't going to do him any good at this point. I think that was a smart shot. And, you know, he's got to get a chance to take a swing at those 2 yellows by the 8 and get them out of there. And Stubb tries to play smart, and I don't think he was trying to hit that one red. So Tommy could move one ball right now if he wanted to do one of those balls. I think he's looking table position here. Okay, not a bad play. But nicer to get a little closer to the pocket.
He's going to send this one up into the corner. Nudge off his other red.
Well, that's a very good play, except he did not come up with the shot. He wanted to get that red near the pocket where he had a shot where he could make it and break it out his problem ball, and instead he just made more problems.
Well, this is going to take a bit of fixing. And Tommy's trying to get a lock up somewhere to get two shots, because that's I think what somebody's going to need here to try and get out in this situation.
That was a good shot. That shot that he just hit comes up a lot in 8-ball. That little ticky and then lock it off the rail and lock it up on the ball. He didn't get there, but that shot comes up a lot.
Oh, Cobra will tell you. If Cobra's still watching, I played a couple of good ones like that today. I mean, really nailed them.
See, I would have moved the two yellows right there, because he had a shot where he could have hit the one full on, cut the other one, moved it over towards the pocket. Tommy just missed his chance to move those two yellows out of the way, because they're not doing any good. They don't block the 8-ball.
Well, this yellow's just been raked by 3 reds in this corner. That's a no-go zone.
Well, what Tommy needs to do while everything's locked up is move those two yellows.
Yeah.
You know.
I mean, as long as these reds are all clustered around that one, you want to get them nudged out.
Right now, he needs to move those yellows.
Yeah, I think the danger is he's worried about something funny happening and chipping this 8-ball in some way or other.
Well, you have to understand where the balls are going. But I mean,
if he chips it there and kicks, he's surely going to move them to a slightly better position than what they are. If
he doesn't have quite as good an angle now as he did before.
Well, that's got one out. Where's the cue ball going?
Yeah, see, that's the problem with that is you take a shot to get one out. He had an opportunity before where he could have moved them both out of there and moved the one yellow over in front of the other corner. Now, that wasn't that good a use. I mean, he was going to need to get into those balls pretty hard to move them. When you got to cluster balls like that, you're going to have to put some speed in it. And you can say, well, isn't that an uncontrolled blast? And yeah, it is to a certain extent, but you're just not going to move that many balls without having a lot of speed, especially at that angle when you're going straight into them, into the rail. I mean, it's going to double kiss and bounce back. And
well, Tommy's problem ball is going to be he can only get an edge of it, but that's got it away from the 8.
This is beginning to look like a one-pocket game. We got the wedge going up in that pocket.
Yeah. Tommy's now well and truly locked up.
Well, no, he can kick it. He's got a pretty easy kick here. I'm surprised. He should be kicking at the ball in front of the side pocket. He looks like he's kicking in between two balls there.
I can't pick the line off this. I'm looking at it going in between the two of them like that.
Yeah. That's what I saw too. I mean, he just wasn't on the right line, but he managed to hit a ball. Well, you know, he's got stubborn trouble. Now, if there ever was going to be a BS, that would be a good time for it after that shot.
Well, I reckon we could be here another hour with this rack.
Well, I mean, Stubbs actually got control of his table right now, but Tommy is fighting to get a free ball because Stubb has balls in position where he can make a ball and break those out. And that was well played. Not make his corner ball. See, eventually, this is probably going to deteriorate to where Stubb.
Why?
If Tommy can't get a free ball, Stubb is going to win this.
Why doesn't Tommy play that battle. One and get down here? Play that one, get that into the table.
Well,
Now I
so
don't know.
Tommy decides to turn into Stub, and oh my, my,
Look,
my,
look,
my,
look
my,
at this.
my, 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 my. I mean,
that deserves two.
Tommy just turned into Stub.
Yep. I mean, I think he's lost patience, and
Oh, now that's a terrible shot. That's the one you want to. That's why even make that ball in the corner pocket?
I
Take
mean,
your free ball and move those clusters of reds out of there.
Well, that's the obvious thing that everybody would think of doing, but not Stub.
Oh, that's terrible.
I mean,
can that 8-ball be made? I think he can make that 8-ball.
Nope, there's no way he can get that in clean, I don't think. I mean, it looks as if he's got enough room to get to that, but I think this is we're going to have 45 minutes for a rack that's going to end up as a draw.
Well, I mean, he could have taken a free ball and moved it then, or he could work for another free ball. I would have moved those reds out of there and left that one hung in the corner. I don't get doing that with your. Stubb has not figured out how to move a free ball, how to use a free ball. I will say that he's playing way smarter, and that's good. He's still got some stuff to learn about this game because he needed to use that free ball to solve a lot of problems. Now that's a well played shot.
Just split.
And I'll tell you why it's well played, because he did not leave the kick behind. See, the kick behind's a dangerous shot, because if you're Stubb, you want to kick behind and try to get him locked up to where he has to try to move that yellow that's in front of the 8-ball.
He's trying it again, though.
Yeah, this is going to be hard to get it locked on it. See, Tommy can kick down table. He doesn't have to move that. But the danger is that if he doesn't hit one of his yellows, of course, he's giving up a free ball. I mean, but I like this play by Stubb because he's just saying, I want to force you to have to move this yellow.
This is dangerous.
Well, there's a bunch of ways you can move this. One way is, kick to the long rail with left English and move it. And the other way is, But see, he's forced Stubb to move it. Now, the great thing about playing it the way he did to the long rail first is because where's the cue ball going to go? Well, the cue ball is going to come off at an angle. He got a little lucky hitting the other ball. It came out even better. Now, the question is, what's Stubb going to do here? And he's better off hanging this red in front of the pocket than he is making it.
Yeah,
if I was him, I'd try to overcut it a little and hang it in front of the pocket, because that way you've got a ball in position to move balls just in case you can't get a free ball. I mean, obviously getting a free ball would be good, and he went ahead and made it, which is not really going to do him any good.
Well, he's ducking for cover again, obviously.
Yeah, this is a little trickier, though, to get a snooker on this. And Tommy's got enough balls up table that he can kick, and Tommy's got a real good chance to come out of this as a winner, because, that wasn't a bad shot because he got one ball freed up there. He's managed to free a red up. But see, this is what's going to happen is Tommy's going to work to get a free ball, and that was not a good shot because he left Stubb.
He shouldn't have left him anything on that. See, Stubb's wanting this red to break these two out.
I probably would have kicked two rails and tried to run into those two reds and lock Tommy on it and try to get a free ball. I wouldn't have done what he did there. I would have played a two railer into those two reds. Because the problem with doing this is that Tommy is going to try to lock him on something. Tommy's going to try to get a free ball out of this.
Yeah, that's coming. That's coming.
Well, that's a terrible shot. That's just not productive. No, he needed to come down table, kind of thin a ball, and come down table, try to lock him on the back of one of these balls down here. That's just not productive doing that. That's, this is like one of those situations where every shot you want to try to make as productive as possible. And Tommy did not do that. Now, here he goes again. He's got the same thing. You want to try to get, a lock on the back of something. And that's the problem with the shots that he's playing. He's trying to get a snooker that's, you know, probably not going to be effective.
Yeah, and I think the other thing is, though, he was making
Yeah,
sure that Stubb never had an angle on that pot where he could break these two out.
that was a mistake for Stubb to make that ball.
Yeah.
He should just roll up on this ball now and try to lock him. That's pretty good, but he didn't get him locked. I mean, Tommy's got a pretty easy kick here.
Well,
But in that situation, guys, where, you know, you've got this sort of table, you don't want to make that ball like Stubb did, because you want to leave that ball to use as a breakout ball. Well, he may have left Stubb a shot here. He did, I think.
Well,
this is a little tricky. A lot of bad things could happen here. The problem is that yellow is not going to hit the other yellow, I don't think. If you can get the yellow to hit the other yellow, you can move that red along the rail right to the pocket. If you can't, then this is tough. I'm a little surprised you didn't shoot that one. There was a chance that if you hit that right, that you could have made the red, bumped the yellow into the other yellow, and had that the other red shoot right up towards the corner pocket, possibly even make it.
Well, he's potted the yellow. I thought he would have been trying to nail Stubb there. He could still
It's funny.
do it.
Stubb's been patient when maybe he shouldn't be, and vice versa. I mean, for sure he made a mistake making that one red. Because this is the reason why you want balls left on the table. I mean, this should be a soft kick behind, and that's what he's trying.
He's going shallow.
Yeah,
he's shot.
That could be the game. And this is what's frustrating, because Stubb's probably thinking to himself, you know, I'm trying to play the smart way, and, you know, it's not working out for me. I've been there before, and it can be very frustrating, because this is really the match. Now he's got to hit this with some speed, because, yeah, see that you cannot hit this ball like that, because it's just going to double kiss and sit, and that's exactly what happened. So Tommyy just wasted his free shot.
Yeah, big danger.
Yeah, that's
big danger here, because he's got to block two balls now.
Well, he's going to have to play safe here. I mean,
I'm looking to see whether he can get into that one. I mean, he can obviously bank this red, but he can't bank it into the 8-ball. That's the problem.
I would be thinning this one by the side of the corner pocket and just trying to roll up on this middle yellow ball and lock him on it. A real thin hit on that ball. This is a little tricky, because you got to hit it just right.
Like that. That's not bad.
That's pretty good. Yeah. And that was the right shot to play. He didn't get him locked on it, but that's still, you know, it's hard to lose from this position.
Stubb might chicken out here if he doesn't hit this, and he might fall short of the red. If he gets it too heavy, he might hit the red and push it onto the 8.
Well, you just got to hit it at a speed that if you hit it full, it's not going to make it to the 8-ball. And
I thought he was going to kick it from the short rail. He's still looking at the short rail.
I think that's the way to kick it, you know. And you really want to try to make the cue ball go in between the long rail and the red, because you can't get it to do that. So, and if you hit it that way, there's no possible way you can make the 8. So when I would kick this off the short rail and my aim would be I'm trying to kick it in the gap between the red and the rail
to push it out. Yeah,
and you can't.
It's a big target.
It is a big target. I would not be doing what he's looking at here, which is some kind of crazy masse shot, because
he might be trying to hit this one. No. Yeah.
Well, he may have been trying to hit that one. Well,
Tommy's got to make a better job at this time with his free shot. Let's just say that.
I'm not sure what he's doing here. Okay, he's just going to try to move that red out.
All right.
All right, so I think he's going to play some sort of combo here. He can leave that one he just freed up till last. Well, you would think that Tommyy would win from here, but in these close matches, anything could happen. I'll tell you what, if Tommyy wins from here and gets on the hill, that is going to be a huge advantage, needing 1 to the other guy's 3.
Well, it's been a proper battle, this. So it has. And Tommy's warmed up throughout the match. I mean, he had a slow start, and then he's problem he had, and he came back in, and he's a different player.
Well, I mean, it definitely was some sort of momentum change there. I mean, it was unfortunate that it happened, but I mean, stuff happens.
Well, he's going to be in the hill, barring some extraordinary accident.
I will say this: I like what I'm seeing of Stubb, because he's definitely trying to play a better brand of 8-ball, and his moving game wasn't bad. I mean, he's still got some stuff to learn, but for a first time I've seen him try to move, he's actually done it pretty good.
Well, I want to know.
I mean,
when you start
at 0, you're not going to 10, right off the bat. So, he might be a 6 or a 7, but that's pretty darn good. That's a pretty huge improvement from where he's been in the past.
Well, what I don't understand is why the hell is Hog in the room, and then he's in the stream and he's typing in the room. There he's in the chat now in the bloody stream. I mean, hogs are no use. They're better off just snuffling around for grubs and stuff. Don't be pressing buttons. Anyway,
yeah,
Tommyy on the hill.
That can make players mad typing during the match.
Tommyy won away. And
I mean, if it was Mark, he would have already gone ballistic.
Right, Stubbs break. 3 balls in the break. Committed to the Reds. And what about this problem red? The problem red.
I'm a little surprised he didn't shoot the combo there, and so get on his problem red. He could have played shape on that problem red, couldn't he? Yeah, he sure could have. I don't get that. He was sitting right there. Why not shoot the combo then? I mean, he's going to do it now, but I don't understand why he didn't do it before.
Now, is he trying to finish? Well, he's got to finish here, take it now once he pots this one.
Well, boy, he's leaving the problem red to last. He might have had to at that angle. I didn't think he did, but, this is a little tricky because you get funny on this and it's not going to be good. I think he's fine. He's going to rub this yellow for sure. So, you got to judge how you're going to rub it and how you're going to roll forward here.
He could finish on top of the 8-ball. No, he's chickened out and he ain't getting to the hole. He ain't getting to the hole.
Well, not only that, he misjudged the rub. He thought it was going to be a thinner rub and the cue ball was going to roll out. And with this light cue ball, he got a lot heavier rub than he was expecting. So, if he would have hit it so the ball would have gone in, the cue ball probably would have been dead perfect on that 8.
Well, this will be a good finish for Tommyy if he can run this rack, considering that yellow that's right in the middle of the short rail up top, blocked in one pocket.
Well, I'm not sure. Well, with this many balls on the table, he should certainly be able to get down for that yellow. I don't think that's a big deal. I mean, obviously he's got to get down there. But
exactly, how soon do you go there? Do you take the risk? I mean, he could go forward with inside English and inside left and try and get down there.
Well, a simpler shot is just cut the one he was right next to. All he had to do is cut that ball. Now, see the outside ball? The outside ball is sitting good for just a nice natural cut and come down here towards the corner. And if you make the red, you're fine. Now, see, he's shooting the other one. I would be shooting this one that's more of a cut because it's easy to get the cue ball to go where you want.
Yeah. Yeah, he's trying to get there now. He doesn't want to be locked on it, but he's...
Right. Yeah, boy. He ended up pretty damn straight here is the problem. But, you know, he got down here. So, I mean, I think guys get afraid of these cut shots a lot, and I can understand that. You know,
Yeah.
the way I play VP, I just miss balls. But
Is he
that
going to
cut
go
shot was
forwards?
natural.
Is he going to go forward, Steve, or is he going to jack up and try and come back inside to get the one in the rail first?
Oh boy,
Yeah, he
I
is.
think he's almost got to come back because the good thing here is he can roll this ball and then if he wants, shoot the next one in the side pocket.
Yeah, that should
I
be
mean,
the plan.
he needs to make sure that he gets through this enough that he gets, you know, ideally I'd go to the end rail with this. Yeah. Or he could shoot the other one really and come around for that. It's just, you know, this is not a simple 3-ball run here, these 3 yellows.
Yeah, he's just got to make sure he gets through far enough.
Yeah, you know, this one sitting by itself isn't a bad ball to shoot at either because it would come back to those other 2.
Well, he's going to run away from the yellow, but he's running in the right direction to shallower angle in this yellow.
This is perfect. Just roll forward a little, cut that ball, and then shape's automatic on the 8-ball.
8 into the side.
I mean, Tommy's playing a great match.
Well, little dink. Cue ball naturally back across for an open 8 into the side for the match.
Slim's predicting a disconnect. That could be an expensive disconnect.
Well, how long Stubb got left in his mute? Because get ready for a barrage in the lobby. Don't mute him till we hear what he's got to say.
Well, he's muted right now.
Well,
you mean after he comes out of the mute?
It'll run out. Well, that was well done to my outside pick for the tournament. I told you guys, Tommyy played well if you didn't see the other match. And he has run out tonight.
Well, that was a really well played match by Tommyy. I mean, you know, he definitely won the moving game, and that was the difference. I mean, I kudos to Stubb for playing a moving game. I think he did it pretty well, but Tommyy ended up out moving him.
Right, let's have a look at this bracket because I think obviously you now need to change who won the match, Steve. On the
Tommy's
bracket.
Still apologizing. Tommyy is such a nice person.
Yeah, that's the only thing you'll need to change is just to put Tommyy through to play Zangetsu, and then that'll be another good match as well. Tommyy will be the favourite.
Oh yeah, Tommy's definitely the favourite in that match, the way he's playing.
And Mark Sharp to play semi-pro. So if we go back to the event just to show how things lie, we have Mark Sharp in semi-pro tomorrow evening, at 6 p.m. British Summer Time, 1 p.m. Eastern Time, 10 a.m. Pacific, and then 2 hours later we've got the big match between Albinario and Larry. Now, any of the guys who are still here watching the match, we mentioned earlier that Steve has got a few things to say about the VP4 leagues.
So before we do that, I want to do this bracket. What was the score of that? It was 10 to what? 10 to 7 or 8? What did Stubb end up with?
What did he finish on, guys? I was so engrossed in the game. It was 10.
It was either 7 or 8. What did Stubb have at the end?
Did he have 8? I think Stubb was in 7 according to Hogg.
10-7. So the final game would have been
it would have been 11-9.
11 to 8.
11-8.
Yeah.
Now Stubb left the building. No, he's still there.
Oh, he's going to wait to go off here.
But anyway, well done to Tommyy. I mean, it was a good match. Stubb did his best to play it in a more controlled way. I think he felt, I mean, that's why he was practicing today as well. I think he felt he had to be a bit more controlled to deal with Tommyy. But Tommyy came through in the end. He's one of these players you don't want to bump into on the one-loss side. If you've still got a possibility of coming over to the one-loss side, it's going to be a very dangerous meeting.
All right, brackets have been updated, so Tommy's through.
Right. Right. Well, in that case, then I'll leave.
Let's
the
talk
floor
about
to you.
league stuff. Yeah. Well, we're down to 4 people in the stream. Everybody's bailed out. I guess they're not that excited about talking about leagues, but now we're down to 4. But and 2 of them's you and me, Hugh. But yeah, I'm gonna need captains and players for testing leagues. So anybody interested in doing that, please message support. You know, it's going to be short and sweet, like probably back-to-back nights, probably one night for normal league and then one night for playoffs. You know, we're going to try to test through as fast as possible and get to the point where we can actually run a real one. Oh, here we go with Stub.
I'm in watching the final. The final for Friday Night 9 Ball is Mr. Bill from the USA against Chimpy from the Netherlands. And Bill is trailing by 2 racks to 0 at the moment. It's a scratch match. Right, so basically anybody interested, contact support with the VP4 leagues as a subject.
Oh, yeah, well, Stub said his little piece. You knew that was coming.
I've missed it all. I'm too busy in the...
Oh, yeah, well, it was nothing other than the normal.
Oh, yes, yeah. He's used the F-bomb. Get him banned. Complete.
So that was actually a pretty fast match for as much moving as went on. It's because when they did get chances, they ran out pretty fast.
Oh, right. He's not playing him again ever. Either. Right. So that's Tommyy in the blacklist.
Yeah. I think there's a bunch of guys that probably want to be on that list, isn't there?
And Tommyy says, I excused myself and also gave you the rack. So calm down. Ah, well.
Yeah, he gave him the rack. He gave him the break. I mean, Tommy's just going to learn it's Stub, and you know, there's no talking to him.
Well, I thought I'd put pressure on Tommyy when I told him after he won his previous match. I told him, listen, you're one of the contenders for this title, playing as well as you did.
It was impressive. He played well. I mean, that just raised my estimation of Tommy's game. He's to me, he's really improved since the Straight Pool World Championship, and that was really, really well done. And yeah, I agree. He is definitely a threat to win this thing.
Now, Bedhead's made a point. Bedhead's asking, what is the agreement on dates and times first before
that's
people
the thing.
can commit?
That's why I want people to message me, because I'm going to start a group message with people that are interested, and we're going to come up with dates and times. Because if I just pick a date or time out of my butt, then you know it's bound to be bad for somebody or another. So yeah, we basically need initially we need like a minimum of 4 people. I'd like to get 6, and we'll figure out dates and times that guys can play.
So that would be 2 teams of 3.
Well, no, I probably do 3 teams of 2 at that point. 3 teams
of 2, right?
But I've tested and tested and tested and tested, and I've fixed and fixed, and I mean, I have run. Like I realized the other night that, I haven't tried running like back-to-back nights. Like I've only done 1 league night a week, so I set up and did back-to-back, and sure enough, I had a problem. So I fixed that. I've played 3-man leagues. I've played odd numbers of teams. I've tested the buys for the teams. I've tested funny numbers coming into the playoffs and buys in the brackets. And I don't know. I've done so much testing on this thing. Not that that means it's going to work perfectly right off the bat, but yeah, I just need guys that say, hey, I'm interested and we'll try to figure out when we can do it. But I'd like to do something like, okay, we got guys in here that can be in here in the evening and, European time and do like 2 nights in a row, like Saturday, Sunday, and get the thing done right off the bat. Not like, well, we're going to play this week and then next week.
Oh, Tommy, you still there? Tommy, he's probably gone, but he was in the chat there in the stream. Well done, Tommy.
Yep. Good job, Tommy. That was well played. I think you had a lot of people rooting for you.
Yeah, don't play in the laptop again. That's the best advice. Best tactical advice for VP4. Bin the laptop, stick to the PC, or more to the point, get the PC fixed. Because I think his PC's...
Yeah. You don't want to be playing on a laptop. That's asking for trouble.
Well, you know what I said, Steve. I'm available anytime from a Tuesday afternoon, my time, onwards through Wednesday. If it was a Thursday...
You're available at times like this.
Yeah, to this, I mean, this is already beyond my bedtime. I would be gone by 9 o'clock.
Like when this match started at 8 o'clock, you could have done it then.
Oh yeah, I could have. Yes, yeah.
So it's not just Tuesday or Wednesday. It's like you could play on a lot of days.
Well, as long as it's not too late, that's what I'm saying. I mean, if it was something that was starting anything after 8 o'clock, I mean, it'll only be short races anyway, but.
Well, we're probably going to get a lot of the Europe guys. I mean, there's guys like Mr. Bill, who I know can play sometimes during the day, and Larry, and we've got some guys in the U.S. too.
Yeah, if it was, if it was during the daytime, which would be like US time, and that was late at night on a Tuesday or a Wednesday, not a problem for me. You can come to me anytime. I'll be there because I could be there to all hours of the night.
Well, we got a VUL and a VNT. What does that mean?
Very unlucky and very nice try. Tommy is cheater and
that's
scammer.
Actually pretty polite.
No, not if you read his sentence above it. It isn't.
Oh God!
I mean,
you're not going to convince anybody of that because Tommy's one of the nicest guy in there.
He won fair and square.
You're not doing yourselves any favor saying stuff like that because, Tommy's
my outside bet for the tournament, and anybody that comes up against Tommy will want to avoid him if they can, but they can't avoid him that much longer.
Yeah. Well, so far from what I've seen, I think that Semi-Pro and Albin are still the top favorites. Cobra slightly behind that, and Tommy. He might be equal of Cobra if he can play like that. I mean, that was pretty good.
Well, Cobra's got one thing to his advantage. Cobra's is very strong with the touch in this game.
Yeah,
he's got a very strong touch to manoeuvre this cue ball into dinky little spots. And that's the one big thing that he's got in his favour. That, and I think he's warming to the task of overcoming the challenge in this bloody black ball table. Which,
but I mean, Tommy plays close enough to a guy like Cobra that it's not going to take much for Tommy to win. He plays good, and he could win outright, and Cobra makes a mistake or two, and it's not going to take much.
No, it's only the bad break of the ball, the bad run. Anything can make a difference. It's going to be whatever. I mean, all the matches are good to watch now. You don't want to miss any of these matches. We're down to the business end of the tournament.
Well, I'm going to miss the one tomorrow.
Yeah, well, it'll be on YouTube. for anybody else who might miss it tomorrow, the two matches, there should be two good matches tomorrow. I'll need to get a good lunch.
They should be both good. I mean, I think, well, Semi-Pro is a pretty heavy favorite against Mark Shark. Larry, you know, we'll see which Larry shows up. I think Larry's got a chance against Albin. He's going to have to play really well because Albin is definitely, you know, I think the only thing I can say negative about Albin's game for black ball is I don't think he has some of the finer points of the free ball down. But his pattern play and his ball pocketing and his cue ball movement are all just super strong. So I think Larry's going to have his hands full. He's going to need to play well.
Yeah, but Larry's a wily old character if he's not listening. He's a wily old fox.
I don't think either one of those matches is guaranteed. Although if I was gonna say, I'd say the semi-pro match is more one-sided than the Albin Larry match.
Yeah, well, if you can break like that, Tommy, and still win the match, what does it matter? It can only get better.
That's right. I mean, you survived not breaking well, and you know that says something if you can break poorly and still pull out the win.
Well, it proves that it's not just about breaking well; it's about making good with what you have there and finding a way out. And, you know, that's the art of this game. It's the art of every game. Let's be honest.
Slim's bagging on Larry's trackball. You guys better watch out because he might believe you one day and go buy a mouse, and then you could all be in trouble.
Well, that's what I keep telling. I've told that Larry for years. Get a proper, decent, cheap mouse, and you're laughing. When he has to play these little dinky shots, that's when I worry. Well, where have we got to in this final?
It's 3-2, Mr. Bill, and Chimpy's on the out here.
Yeah, well,
he's definitely got a shot here that's a little tricky. Getting on this 7 ball.
What time is it? 10:20. Well, this is running to the 3 3/4 hour mark tonight. This tournament. It was quick last week. Now, is it the reverse bank or is it the cut? I think it's the cut.
Oh, it's got to be the cut. Because I'll tell you why. It's natural position for it to get on the 8 ball.
That's
why I want to play the cut. Because didn't have to do really anything. Maybe a touch of running English, and that's what happens. And that's the way you want to play pool is let the cue ball go where it wants to.
Yeah. All square.
Well, it's nice seeing somebody besides Spectre, Don, or Cobra in the final of this. I mean, I know these guys have probably both won it before, but they're not the usual suspects.
Yeah, well, I think Spectre Don came in the wrong side of the handicap tonight. It got him out. Bill doesn't get much time to play in many of these either.
Yeah, this is sitting good here, you know. You just need to make sure you get on this 2 the right way, but this is sitting pretty good. You stun it over to the side rail and try to get pretty straight on it 2 and suck it back. Now, this is a shot that I like. He didn't hit it hard enough, and he didn't make it either.
And he's going to get lucky as well.
There's a pretty good safety here. You just rail it to the middle of the short rail, and you've got the 2, 4, and a 9 for blockers. From this angle, you just got to watch the side pocket here. That's the only thing. And he kind of turned the ball a lot to avoid the side pocket, but unfortunately left the window. Now, the problem with this is you're going to get safetied back. This is the problem with not getting on this because this is just a right English, hit the cue ball straight down between, or the one straight down between. Well, he played a thin cut. I don't like that shot as much, but he played it very well. And if you're going to play it like that, then it's, you know, a very good shot.
Now, I don't think the line is there where that 8-ball is.
No, he's going to have to go high of it. And I think you can go short of the 8 and really spin it and get it to open up.
Well, he's going a lot of spin.
He's going to have to.
Yeah,
he didn't spin it enough.
He needed
to
go
maybe a touch
the
more. Yeah, or a little more spin, or a little curve. You know, if you curve that a little, it shallows the angle out. Well, Chimpy played a very nice safe. He's see if he can take advantage of his good safety play.
Where's the cue ball going?
Oh boy. Yeah, that's just, you know, you wanted to stun that to the short rail.
You know what I haven't done tonight? I've not done a replay tonight to see if it's not working again. I'll do it in a second.
Yeah. You either got to draw that hard into the side rail or go to the short rail. I mean...
Oh, that went weird. That went really weird. What the hell's happened there? Let's have a look at that again. I'll do another replay. What have I done to the replay screen? Let's see this shot and then I'll hit the replay. Ah, oh, that's gone really ugly. Look at that. I'll need to try and fix that.
Let's bring up the fail screen after that.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell went wrong there.
Well, Chimpy played a great safe, but he couldn't take advantage of it. So Mr. Bill is hoping something goes in here.
Yeah, now I can. It's just come into my head. Now I can have a rant to Steve about see while they're playing here. Let's go and have a rant. Let's show them what I'm talking about while I'm having a rant. If I go to the store and I click on the $V, here's my question to you, Steve. Why is it that if I hit add to cart, and because obviously I'm a subscriber, I'm registered, why does it only let me add $3 worth of V dollars? And I'm asking more to the point that if I wanted to buy a year's subscription for somebody, why doesn't it allow me to buy $10 of V dollars rather than having to go add another 300 V dollars?
Well, because here's the thing: is you just tried to add it, and that's the default. So remove that. Go up to the cart and click on the red X.
Ah, right. I've done that.
Go up to the cart. Okay. So now go back to the V dollar and see that. Yeah, get rid of that and remove it. Go back to the V dollar. See that little 1 on the left? Go over there and click on the 1 on the V dollar panel.
The
V dollar. Go to the V dollar panel. Click on V dollar. Go back in where you were. Just where you were.
Right.
Yep. Click on that. What's happening?
Right, it's flash.
Okay. Now, see the little entry box there?
Yeah.
Click on that and put in 1,000.
All right. Hang on a minute. Where's my deleting this thing?
It's not going to let you buy one. It just defaults to 300 of them.
Right.
So you can put in 1,000 here, and you say add to cart, and you should get your $10 worth.
Ah, right. I've got you now. Right. That's my rant over then.
Because the price is 1 cent a piece. So now you're saying I want 1,000 of them, and there you go.
I've got you now. My rant is over. I take it all back. I'll let you off. Right, anyway, it should still default to 10. It still should default to $10 because that's what everybody wants to buy when they want to renew their account.
Well, that may be true. Maybe I'll change that because that is probably true. It would be better if it defaulted to 10.
In bracket.
Every once in a while, you make sense.
Right, where are we? Well, I think that it makes sense in one way, but it doesn't in another when your account's expired. Because am I right in saying that when your account's expired, it comes up with the red text telling you that you can buy a specific amount again, doesn't it?
That's okay. That's a different thing because
The
those are
3-year one,
deals.
yeah.
Okay, when your account expires and you click on the upgrade deals, those are special deals. So you don't get that normally in the store.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe what it should do is force you to put in how much you want. You know, actually pop something up and say enter how many V dollars you want, or enter. You know, rather than defaulting to anything.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'll have to think about it. But I can understand why that was a little confusing. Now, if you could only figure out Pete 52's problem.
Well, Pete 52, he was having a rant at Celeris and talking about going elsewhere. And then when I said to him, I said, well, to cut a long story short, it turns out he doesn't really know how PayPal works, or he's very rarely used it. It got me thinking that his card had expired.
That error message he's getting doesn't make sense. And I've taken a look at it once. I'm going to look at it some more because, it's a complex system. When one person comes up with a problem like that, nobody else is having it. It's like you got to try to figure out how the heck could happen.
Yeah, but you know what's more confusing about it is the fact that he says he gets a message that tells him about Steam when he insists that he's got nothing to do with Steam.
Well, his account is not hooked up to Steam.
Right.
So he says he's not running a Steam version. So but hey, I mean, I'm sure he's not like crazy or something. He probably is having some weird problem, and I'm just gonna have to try to track it down. I mean,
it got really funny when I said, "Look, right, let's forget everything, right?" And I gave him my PayPal email link, and I said to him, "Look, click that link and send me." I think the way I'd worked it out, I said, "Look, send me $12, and I'll buy you those 1,200 worth of $dollars." And I sat and waited half an hour and saw nothing. And I said, "Well, what are you doing?" "Oh, I'm having a problem with this." I went back into my PayPal account, and you'll never guess, he said he'd sent a request for money off me instead of sending a donation to me so I could buy it for him. And he ended up then getting that wrong because instead of asking me for $10, he asked me for 10 cents.
Yeah. I think what I'm going to do is just, I wanted him to keep trying because I wanted to try to fix this, but I think at this point I'm just going to make him a full player and so that he can come in and play, because he shouldn't have to deal with all this. It's probably not his fault. I'm just going to.
Well, it's just weird, and I think because it mentioned about the retailer wouldn't authorise his card or something. I said, look, you need to fix that first to find out if that's the issue. But when he mentions anything to do with Steam, and he's sure that he's never even been on Steam in terms of having VP4 on Steam, and you're telling me that he's not connected to Steam, then where does that come into the equation? Why is it mentioned on Steam? That's the puzzle.
I don't know, but I had some problems with ordering and stuff when I did an upgrade, and I fixed all of them, I thought, but it sounds like there may still be something there. So I'm just gonna give him a year play and make him a player, and then because he's gone through enough problems.
Well, Chimpy looking to square this match, but he's got to get good in the 9. This looks so easy, and it can end up so funny. Well, he's almost got on the line. He should have been another 6 to 8 inches down the rail. down to about there. But he's okay. Well, if you're doing that for him, Steve, that's good of you to do it. I would send him a message and tell him.
It's you know, it's not. He's very frustrated at this point, and honestly, I would have gave it to him
I mean,
a year or two ago. Except I wanted him to keep trying so we could see if we could figure out what the problem was. But at some point, it's like, pretty unfair to him to have to keep going through that.
If he had been able to work his way around PayPal, I would have had it sorted hours ago. I would have just took his payment and paid it with my PayPal, and that would have been it solved that way.
Yeah, well, that's fine. I mean, he'll get in there and I'll take a look at it and hopefully find it. Well, that was a tough pass there to get around that corner. I think he just had a teeny bit too much top. You can get the ball to really open up. That's kind of a tricky shot because if you don't put any top on it, it's hard to get it go forward at that straight an angle. So you got to put some on it. He just didn't quite get there.
So this is a tricky one. I mean, the 2 is easy enough. 3.
No, this isn't that tough. I wouldn't leave this much distance between the cue ball and the 3 because it makes the shot harder. I would have.
Well, he's going to come to the rail and come back out, or is he trying to stay low on it? That's well played.
He hit it well. I mean, I don't like having to shoot that kind of shot. I would even consider having the thin cut on the 3 in the side just so I could, have a natural angle to come back over. Those kind of draw shots are, they're tough. I mean, if you can hit it that way consistently, more power to you. Well, this looks like it's going to be a pretty good match here.
Oh,
I like the way Bill hit that. He didn't try to spin it up the rail,
I have another question, Steve, and it might sound obvious, but there is no evidence of the leaks yet on the internal browser. So there's nowhere for anybody to look at anything so far. So
there's no evidence of what?
Well, what I mean is there's nothing showing us any layout, if you know what I mean. When's that going to happen? You've still obviously got to do something that...
Well, I have to put a league in, but I have to know when people want to play before I can do that.
Right. Well, why... I'm trying to think a way to word this. Can you put a league up now?
Yeah, I can put a league up.
Can you put a league up with dummy players in it? That like you've got there's a whole bunch of dummy players.
Yeah, it's possible for me to put a league up and run it to completion so that it could be looked at.
Yeah,
that is possible. The only thing I got to figure out is how to do that on the development, on the production, because that sort of functionality is disabled on the production server.
Right.
If I can get it enabled, yeah, it's very easy for me to actually run a complete league automatically and have all the information there. So maybe I'll take a look at doing that too, so you can look at it.
So the scratch from Bill with a 6-5 lead, and Chimpy.
Yeah. Chimpy is probably going to run out here. I mean, obviously the 4 ball is a little tight there, but I think it goes. Just have to spin it a little. I think he's probably just going to not try to break this out. Just roll this 3 ball easy, leave it, and then come back. I mean,
I don't know whether he might have been able to do that off the 2 ball with the pretty much guarantee that he had a 3-8 combo anyway.
You just got to avoid snookering yourself. Really, the center of the table here is perfect. If it was me, I'd be going side rail to side rail. He took the guaranteed shot, which in real life you wouldn't do this. In VP, you can probably get away with it. I would have tried to get closer in real life. Biggest problem here is not hooking yourself on the 9, because that's where the ball wanted to roll, and he almost did it. I mean,
Now he's in the no man's land territory. It's a thin cut, but the cue ball's running around and out into the table, but he's missed the cut.
Yeah, I mean, that was. See, I think a lot of that started just from the way he played the 3-ball. I mean, I think if he would have played, cut it thin and gone long rail, and out in the middle of the table, it was a little riskier getting shape, but you would have been a lot better spot. Yeah, well, this is.
Well, this is going to end up nice.
Yeah, I don't know if that was part of the plan. That's a pretty fancy 2-way shot. But 2-way shots come up a lot in 9-ball, where you shoot a bank, and if it doesn't go in, you're playing safe, or playing to leave a really tough shot. I have some bank shots that I play on a regular basis that are, if I don't make them, I'm probably not giving up anything easy.
See, this table looks way too big now compared to that black ball table.
Yeah, doesn't it look gigantic? Wait till you go look at a snooker table.
I've been so used to looking at the black ball table these last 2 or 3 weeks.
Well, that wasn't too close, but again, he's got cover. I mean, this is a tough shot because if you shoot the combo, the 5's going to sit on the rail. I think that was a smart play there.
That's how you lock them up.
If there was ever a chance to duck, that was it. And he didn't get a stone cold nuts lock, but that's pretty good. And it looks like he's going to come out with a win because of that. Now, this is pretty simple here. Just hit a little into the fat side of the pocket with a touch of right English and spin it up off the end rail. He went the thin way, and that's fine too. I mean, either ways works. Thin side's fine. It's nice, natural shape.
Yeah, it brought the scratch into the equation, though.
Yeah, well, that's one thing you always got to be careful of with these side pockets. He either took a flyer and hoped he didn't scratch, or he really knew where that cue ball was going. And it's hard to do that because if you hit that just a little thinner or a little thicker, it radically changes the line that that cue ball takes.
Oh, Stubbs obviously been unmuted again. he's in a quick visit to the room, and then he's left.
It's a short rant.
Oh, where did you go to semi-pro tonight? You missed the big match.
Oh yeah. It was quite a well-played match, and Stubb actually tried to play smart, and actually did a pretty good job of it. Did a better job of it than I thought he would be capable of. But he ended up getting outmoved in the end because he hasn't ever played that way. But I will say that his moving game was surprisingly good.
Yeah, I think he did feel that he had to make a better effort of it. Hence the practice this afternoon for a good few hours.
And Tommyy played a really well played match. I mean, he's definitely a contender in this thing. It was he played smart. He ran out well. I'm not going to say he always did the right thing, but he didn't make a whole lot of mistakes.
Yeah, now that you mention that, I never looked at the stats. Let's have a look at the stats for this thing.
Yeah, as long as we're waiting, we might as well go look at stats.
I can get this. There we go. I think Tommy's stats were reasonably good before that match. Right, what we got? Racks ran. We've got Tommyy way out in front on 19. Racks run. Semi-pro in second. Now again, players have played more matches than another, but it's still a good lead. Semi-pro in second, tied with Cobra on 13. Snake Eyes is now out of the tournament. Albinario on 10, Stubb on 9, Larry on 8. Now what else do we want to watch? 8 ball shot. Right, Tommyy on 76 8-ball shot and 57.
Well, why don't you take a look at that match itself? Put in Tommyy versus Stubb, so we can see the stats for only this match. Up a player name up above. Yeah, put in the player names, and they've only played this one time, so we should be able to see just this match.
Who's Tommyy Pickles? Tommyy and...
Oh, I forgot. Bedhead's right. Only 5 racks in this match are going to be added to the stats.
That's true. Yeah.
It's not even worth looking at this.
Yeah, that's true. Just realised that myself.
Those guys didn't get all their stats in. I'm going to have to figure out a way how to restart a match that's gone that way. It's possible. It's probably not going to be easy, but it would be nice to be able to restart that sort of match so that all the stats go in.
Yeah, great. Well, yeah. Hotman still leading the break bills.
Yeah, that's a problem. Once the match is over, though, it's really hard to restart it because it's already put some of the stats in. I mean, it's easy if somebody comes back. Even if both players are out of the room, the game can recover all that. But as soon as it finishes, that's a problem.
So, well, we're still tied 6-all. Chimpy looking to... I think he can see the edge of the 3. Well, not much of it. And that's going to be...
that was not the shot that he... that was not the shot that he needed.
This is definitely a standard Friday night 9-ball this week because we're now 3 3/4 hours into it. 11:45 at my that's 2 hours past my bedtime, and I'm up at 4 a.m.
Well, this match sure looks like it's going hill.
Yeah. Race to 9.
These guys are pretty evenly matched. I mean, their rating is pretty close to each other, and they look pretty evenly matched. They're both good players, so anything could happen.
Well, Chimpy's only recently, relatively recently, came back to VP because, he was more than a regular player in Virtual Pool 3, but then had gone for a number of years. So he's finding his feet since he came back. Bill with a 7 racks to 6 lead. Break looks dry, didn't hear anything go in. And straight away there's a little bit of a dodgy shot here, potting the 1.
Well, I think this is interesting. I like stunning it down to the end rail with left English and spinning over.
Yeah.
That's a shot I like. You could also suck it back to the long rail here with left English and go 2 rails.
Spin around the angles, yeah.
Well, the problem is I don't think there was a left English.
He hasn't got much on it, but he's got it.
Yeah.
Just, I think.
You really need to spin that. It's hard, and it's hard to overspin it. I mean, if you ran into the 8, it wouldn't be bad.
Yeah, when
we got there. Well,
where the cue ball was,
watch out.
Bottom left English brings the cue ball to this rail, and then the left English fires it up the table.
Well, he just overhit that ball there. I mean, that's unfortunate. I mean, well, that's what jump cues are for, huh? Now, for a pro, that jump shot's probably, for most of them, probably 50-50. If they can really jump, it might be better than that. I mean, I used to be able to jump pretty good. I'm not as good as I used to be. I need to practice.
There's semi-pro passing on his commiserations to Stubb.
Yeah, we pulled the tosser word out of that. What movie is it? Or that they call the guy gets called the pigeon-chested tosser? You know the movie I'm talking about, don't you, Hugh?
No, because I haven't watched any. The films I watch are all from like 50 years ago or more.
Oh yeah.
I don't watch anything that's been the last film I've been sort of the latest film that I've watched is like The Green Mile and Shawshank Redemption. Anything after
Well,
that, I've never seen
well,
anything.
it's not a new movie. It's an older movie. I don't remember the name of it, but it's not a new movie. I mean, it's probably 20 years old.
Oh, that's too new for me. What was I going to watch? I mean, there was a movie that was on the BBC iPlayer, which is you can, as long as you've got a television license, you can go onto it and watch whatever they've shown in the BBC over the last couple of weeks. And I went onto it a couple of weeks ago, and I saw they had they'd obviously showed all the President's Men on one of the BBC regional channels. So I thought, oh, they're all the President's Men. I want to watch that again. Went onto it the other day there, and they deleted it. That's
Well,
a good film.
this couldn't be sitting much better than it is here. Stun, stun, stun. I mean, he's got to go up table to 5, but that should be pretty simple. I mean, this is a good layout. One Pocket Slim's asking about jump cues. Well, my opinion is I don't like them. Wow, that he kind of hit that indecisively. He was trying to cheat the pocket a little and make less angle, and he should have just gave it a good stun.
You've got to play the right shot.
Yeah, I don't like jump cues. I would just assume they get rid of them. I think it's a negative for the game, but I mean, it's in there because it's flashy, and if you let people like Matchroom Sports decide things, and they're never coming out because that. I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of Matchroom Sports, other than the fact that I do appreciate the fact that they're at least putting pool on. But I think it could be run a lot better than they are.
Oh dear!
Well, this is just fail after fail. Yeah. Chimpy fails, Bill fails, and it's just.
Yeah, I'm too tired. I'm too tired to hit the button. I just want to get to bed.
Now, see, that's a terrible shot. I mean, that's a ball you just hit on the right side. You come off the long rail, and it's real easy to get the speed right. You don't want to.
Straight back to the left side.
Yeah, that
bedhead cut.
Unless that ball is hung super deep, you don't want to just hit a draw shot. You just want to cut it and let it come off the long rail. It's so much easier to control the speed of it. And the problem is guys do that and they manage to run out and they think I did the right thing. And the problem is that, maybe he gets out of there 8 out of 10 times and he plays it the other way and he gets out of 9 out of 10 times, and it makes a difference playing it the right way.
See, the problem with Matchroom Sports is that everything Matchroom Sports is exclusive to Sky Satellite, and
they got to deal with Sky.
Yeah, not everybody in the UK has Sky. In fact, there's more people don't have Sky than do have Sky, and still have the terrestrial channels and the Freeview channels that are available on digital. So nobody's getting any better service in terms of the availability of different billiard sports.
We have the same thing here. I mean, here though it tends to be regional. Like, let's say that you live in Los Angeles and you want to watch the Lakers. Well, the Lakers may be picked up by Time Warner, and then you've got to get Time Warner to be able to see them. Mm-hmm. But it's not a national broadcast. It's only regionally. Of course, it is regionally to 15 million people. So, I mean, it's still a significant number of people. But the major networks, and the major cable guys are all national. So if they're on there, that you can see it.
Yeah.
But sometimes they black it out. Like, let's say ESPN's carrying the game nationwide. Well, they'll black it out in Los Angeles, and you still have to have Time Warner. Even though ESPN had it, you can't see your home team because they got a contract with Time Warner.
Yeah.
So we've got the same kind of baloney here.
Yeah. Well, American TV must be a lot worse than the UK. I mean, we've got Sky and various other outlets that do a digital service, but not to the extent of what you've got in the States. But like I say, the average member of the public doesn't get to see billiards. The only time they see anything is snooker on the TV, or if they have Eurosport. But again, you've got
Pool's
to
not
pay
on
for it.
TV here.
No,
It's all streams. There's pool's not on TV here, but that's fine. I mean, the streaming's great. I mean, I watch tons of pool on streams.
Yeah, it's the only way you're going to see stuff.
Well, that's the way the world's going to. I mean, people like Sky will try to lock it up. They'll, our Matchroom. The thing about Matchroom, what they've done that's smart is they not only own the TV rights, they own the tournament too. So, it's not like a lot of sports where, you got some organization that's the league that's, and then you've got the people that are doing the TV and stuff. I mean, Matchroom is pretty much in control of almost everything. The only license that they have to do is the TV rights to Sky, but they own everything. And that's unusual because like for example, in the U.S., take, for example, the NBA. Those teams don't own all their media rights except for the New York Knicks. They're the only team. And they still don't own all the TV rights, but they own all the other media rights. But the rest of the teams, they don't actually own all their rights. Matchroom, I'm pretty sure they own everything for those tournaments they put on.
Yeah,
Matchroom does not. Matchroom does not show broadcasts here. I mean, you can get Sky Sports here if you want to pay for it, but the Matchroom stuff gets put up on YouTube. That's how I see the stuff that is a Matchroom event, as I watch YouTube. I just don't like how Matchroom runs pool tournaments. Of course, I'm not saying that all the tournaments that have been run here in the U.S. have been wonderful either.
The World Pool Masters is on at the moment. In fact, I never saw any of it today, but it started. It's underway.
Yeah. My biggest criticism of the tournaments that they're putting on, as far as how they're run, is just that the way they run them, the cream doesn't come to the top. Like if you look at the World Snooker Championship, the best players are the ones winning it. If you look at the pool stuff that Matchroom runs, the best players are not always the ones that are winning it. So if you're going to have a big event, don't you think that the cream should rise to the top?
Well, I mean, that's why you've got the top 16 at the World Snooker Championships, and they're all effectively laid out in the draw so that they're avoiding each other in the first round. Everybody that plays a top 16 player in the first round has all qualified, so they have.
Well, the problem with what Matchroom does is like this World Pool Masters. They'll play a final race to 9. That's like playing a snooker final race to 3.
Yeah.
Snooker, they play a race to 18. That would be like playing, race to 20, race to, or they play, race to 18. That's like playing a race to 50 in 9-ball.
Yeah.
So, they have gone to tighter pockets. I will give them that. They have gone to tighter pockets, and that has made the pool better. I wish they would not play on brand new cloth all the time, like redo the table before the final, because when you do that, that again makes it so that it's leveling the playing field. The best players aren't necessarily going to win when you start doing that, and then you make it a short race and anybody could win.
Yeah, I mean they do have, like, I think the World Pool Championships that they had was a race to 13 in the final, I think.
Yeah, which is a little better. I'm not saying that the tournaments here are a lot different, because they're not. I mean, if you look at what they play here, now if you look at how people gamble, it's a lot different. But if you look at if you look at most of the tournaments here, they're also similar length races. But they don't play on equipment that's set up like that.
Yeah, well, that's for another discussion. Let's discuss going to bed.
Yeah.
Well done to Chimpy, who has taken this week's Friday Night 9-ball. He's beaten Bill by 9 racks to 7. Well done to Tommy in overcoming Stub. Unlucky to Stub. And I hope you can join us tomorrow. Steve won't be there, but remember you can watch the match, or the matches, because there's 2 of them on tomorrow. I'll be there for those. I hope I can stay awake for them, because that's me done for the night. So thanks to Steve for joining us. Remember, if you're interested in the leagues, contact, support, put the VP4, VP4 leagues as your subject, and then they'll be in touch. And with that, I will bid you good night. Hugh. Take care, stay safe, guys, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Good night, ladies.
No bar, no pinball machines, no bowling alleys, just pool. Nothing else.
Don't make mistakes here. We just have